Alright. Today is Sunday, February 1st, 2026. Today I'm gonna finish up this game that I started yesterday and just do the side stories, I guess. Is what I'm going to do. Also playing Final Fantasy Tactics Advance OST. Because I didn't really know what to play. To be honest, the first thought I had was like Undertale or something, you know? But like, wait, because as I mentioned before, Undertale is like, across the whole website is like copyright claimed, you know? By the publisher. So I was like, I can't use Undertale music. What music do I want to use? I don't know. I couldn't think of anything. So I was like, what game did I play in the past in my childhood? And it was like, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, you know? Because I did play this game. I never finished it, to be honest. I played the original game, like the original, I don't recall it, but like the original Final Fantasy Tactics, you know, on the PlayStation. But I never played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance to its completion anyway. Because I found it, I don't know. But the funny thing is, I did play the Game Boy version first, actually. I learned about Final Fantasy Tactics through the Game Boy version, to be honest. I don't know, but I like the original version better, you know? Because Final Fantasy Tactics, the original version, the story was more interesting, right? It was like typical, like, not typical, but like, you know, it's like a medieval fantasy setting, essentially, is what Final Fantasy Tactics, the original version, was. And I played it on my channel, actually, though I messed up the emulation. Anyway, I'm being honest, and like the UI looks weird. Anyway, I never knew that until a lot later. Apparently there's a remaster. I never played the remaster, I just played the, you know, PlayStation version. You know, Fantasy Tactics is like, I found like really good. I played it a long time ago and I replayed it on the channel actually. One few games I replayed, because to me, like, it was so good. Final Fantasy Tactics Advance though, I did not love as much, even though the system supposedly is better, you know, like, you know, it has the whole tactical RPG aspect, there's a job and class system, you know. I mean, that's what I like about RPGs actually, like the fact that you can have multiple classes. Like, you can be a fighter, you can be a mage, you can be an archer, you know, and you can like specialize in different ways, and that's kind of cool. Everyone has like different roles. That kind of system is very interesting to me. It's also why, like, one of my favorite parts of like MMOs, you know, back in the day, like Maple Story or something like that, right? The fact that you can have a character that is a completely different class, you know, compared to everyone else. You could pick like an actual class, an actual like path for your character. I don't know, that's cool to me, having that choice. Even though I never pick range character, I always choose some kind of melee character. But like, I don't know. I think Maple Story didn't have like a fist character, but it's like a weird pirate fist. Like, for some reason you have to be a pirate to like punch people. I don't know. I that was like a lot later, like after I already quit Maple Story. Anyway, Final Fantasy Tactics though, I didn't really love as much because it's like an isekai essentially, you know. And this is before I really learned the phrase isekai, when the isekai genre I feel like wasn't all that popular or established anyway. So looking back in hindsight, I guess there's a lot of stories in anime that's basically isekai, like Digimon or something, right? But that's what Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced was. It was kind of like, the idea is like you start off like, if freaking, like, I remember like a snowball fight, you know, you throw snowballs like a tutorial, but then everyone, you know, but then everyone gets like transported into like a magical world where it's like Final Fantasy, you know, and then there's Muggles, and then there's these weird guys, you know, they're like usually white mages or something, you know. And it's like, oh no, we're in a different world, whoa, you know, and everything. It's like, I don't know, I don't like that. I've always hated isekais because it can be done well, but the main reason I don't like isekais is the fact that, why did the premise have to be that they were in the real world in the first place, right? Why can't you just start in the setting that the majority of the story takes place anyway? Why does it have to be like this weird disconnection? It's like, oh, I got transported into a different world, whoa, you know. It's like, why? You could just start off in the fantasy world, you know. You don't have to have a weird like real world setting. I don't know, for me that like distinction, that like separation, just makes me feel like less engaged in the story, because, oh, okay, none of it really matters because it's like a different world, who cares, you know? I don't know, it's annoying to me. But again, isekai can be done well, but it needs to be subtle, I feel like, you know. It needs to be like, Not just this thing where it's like, oh, I'm in a different world. Let me use my real world knowledge. You know, like I don't know. Isn't there like a? I mean, there's many variations, but like, I swear, I remember there's an anime where like this guy gets isekai and is, oh, I still have my cell phone. You know, I can use my cell phone to figure out stuff in the game. Oh, I can pull up stats. You know, it's like a video game. Wow, this other world that I got transported. It's like a video game. Whoa, you know, I'm such a gamer. I can like exploit the mechanics. And it's like, I don't know. That's just dumb to me because like it breaks my immersion. Like I want to be engaged and like immersed in like an actual world and a story that's, you know, not real life. I don't want to be reminded of real life unless, of course, the exception is that the story already takes place in a modern setting. I mean, that can work too. But you know, I don't know. I just don't like the immersion break, the fourth wall breaking. You know, in the sense that they treat the world that they're in as if it's not like real, I guess, you know, or it's not the real world or whatever it is. It's just annoying to me. I don't know. I don't like that because again, it breaks my immersion. The whole point of why I consume media, you know, or like, you know, I still read a book, I guess, which I don't really do often. I read manga. Is to again to like transport yourself into a different world in a way, right? To imagine yourself in a different world, not necessarily self-insert, but you know, just imagine like a different world in general. And like again, like having that separation of being isekai is like, well, I don't know, it's like, why have that separation? You know, it's too on the nose now. You know, the whole point is to make me feel like I didn't even realize I got transported into a different world, if that makes sense. You know. Anyway, isn't there like a Twitter meme? A Twitter meme, book versus TV or something? I swear. I know it's a Twitter meme. It was like this, something like this, I guess. I don't know. But like is this a variation? I don't remember the original. Is this the original? Like there was this thing where they like, yeah, they compare like watching TV versus reading a book, and how like reading a book makes you imagine this entire new world, you know? I mean, that is exactly, I feel like, the origin of why books are fictional. I mean, specifically fiction, I guess. Fictional books are so popular is to transport you into a different world, right? I don't know. Again, having isekai though is kind of annoying because it's like, it's too on the nose. Of course, people make variations where it's like, you know, TV or video games, I guess, can do that just as much, I feel like, and I feel like that's the point though. It's the same thing. Any kind of fiction, I feel like that's the whole point of the fiction, the fictional story, is to make you feel that you're part of a different world and make you care, you know, like in a way that's like different from real life. I feel like, I don't know. Anyway. That's my rant about isekai, I guess, and why I didn't love Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. I never finished it. Wait, there's like this whole judge system as well. I didn't like. It was like kind of weird. You go to jail, you know, if you do the wrong thing in a certain day, or something like that. Hello, Blue Dragonfly. I'm just complaining about Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, I guess. All right, but what we're gonna do today is finish up this game, which is a lot longer than I thought. At least when it comes to the side stories, I guess. I finished the main story and everything, but like, apparently there's a prologue and like an epilogue, and I believe, was it one of the reviews or something? I can't remember, but someone mentioned in the reviews, in the comments, of the game, how like the side stories are actually the real meat of the game, or something like that. And the story. Oh wow, the story is what they say. Meat. Okay, here we go. I was trying to find the word meat. It seems silly at first. Oh, this is a strange review to me, by the way, and I guess I haven't finished it yet, but like, very stylistic, the separately cute visual novel. It seems silly at first. What do you mean silly? The guy kills himself like in like at least a couple endings. You know, you drive him to suicide. That's silly. I don't understand how that's silly. But anyway, but until you get the true ending, and then the prologue and plus the epilogue, which is where the real meat of the game is, apparently. Supposedly, that's the real meat of the game, you know? I feel like, well, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't have my own biases, like, ruin the experience for me, but like, I really do feel like it's the opposite, though. So, yeah, what I was interested in is the whole horror aspect, you know? the whole psychological horror, obsessive, undead girlfriend part. And like I feel like the prologue and the epilogue is not much is gonna happen though. The prologue is just how she met him. Great. It was like just a typical like rom-com thing. And the epilogue is then probably like after the trending, just like walking around, be like, hey, let's do the thing, yay! I don't know. It's like the part that I'm not interested in though. Oh, but I paid for it. You know, where am I now in my VPN? I'm in the Netherlands. 659 euros with a comma, by the way. That's so strange. Do Europeans really? You know, they put a comma. It's weird. Anyway, what was I trying to say? Blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, I was gonna say like I paid for it technically. Even though it's through a Steam wallet, but I don't know, I feel like I gotta finish it, you know? You gotta finish the fight. Unless I can refund it, I guess. I don't want to refund it. Can you, like, refund it? Like, is this something like, you know, if you play less than 2 hours, you can refund it? Or something like that? Oh, it's 2.7 hours, never mind. Oh yeah, I don't like... see, that's the downside of, like, playing a whole, like, playlist of just an OST. You just get like random sound effects. Go, what was that? What do you mean? Someone like leveled up or something? I don't remember that. I'll be honest, I don't remember what that sound effect was for. I mean, it's been a while, so. Alright. Is there anything else I want to mention? There's water. I mean, I do have a random complaint. I don't know. This is not related to like video games or anything. This is just like dumb. But like, I went to Taco Bell the other day. And I mean, for one, despite being called Taco Bell, I actually prefer the burritos for one. I mean, that's like a weird thing I want to mention. I don't know, I'm searching Taco Bell for some reason. But like, it's called Taco Bell. Everyone likes their tacos seemingly, but like I prefer the burritos. I don't know. Burritos are like less messy to eat. Every time I eat tacos at Taco Bell, like it's a mess. You know, I always hear like people prefer like hard shell tacos or something. But like every time you get a hard shell taco, like the bottom is all soggy, and then you try to eat it, and like it all comes apart the first bite. You know, I don't know. Unless I'm eating it wrong. There are like what is it called, chalupas or something. They're like bigger tacos that have like a stronger like, I guess, taco shell, which are a little bit better. But like generally speaking, I just don't like the tacos. I don't know. I prefer the burritos. Is one thing. But also, I the other day I actually was trying out different burritos because I was like, you know what? Because you know, usually when I go, you know, and this is very occasional. I only have fast food like every once in a while. But like, not chalupa. Oops, it's the Chipotle. But I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get all the different types of burritos, you know, because I was like, I just want to try all the burritos and see like, you know, which ones I like. Because every time I had a burrito, I actually like it. So I was like, you know what? I'll just try all the different kinds. So I tried like the, what's it called? The 5-layer beef burrito, whatever. I mean, whatever is available in Canada. I think it's actually different. In Canada versus America, it's like slightly different menu items. And there's even like, what's it, like the value menu, basically, where the burritos are like $2 to $3 or something like that. It's like cheaper-ish. Well, it used to be $1, but like, I don't know, inflation and currency conversion, I don't know, but there was one burrito I have a major complaint about. It's the chicken chipotle melt. Compared to all the other burritos, they were pretty hefty, to be honest. You know, a beef burrito, I think there's like a bean and rice burrito, and like, I don't know, all the different kinds of burritos I tried. Because again, they're kind of cheap, you know, overall. If you don't get the, what was it, like, just Supreme burrito or whatever, then there's the one that costs like $5, $6, but I didn't get those. I got the ones that are less than that. Because, I don't know, more bang for a buck, I guess. But the chicken chipotle melt, I don't know what it is, Maybe there's some kind of thing involving the economics of making chicken, I guess, in Canada. I don't know, compared to America, I'm not sure. As I think chicken is more expensive in Canada versus America. I mean, I think chicken is more expensive in general everywhere compared to America because there's like less regulation involving like what's considered chicken meat, I guess, or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know the specifics. I just know it's like more expensive to, you know, prepare chicken in Canada. And it was like kind of like this. It was like really small, you know? That's my major complaint. It was like smaller than my hand. Compared to the other burrito, I forget what it was called exactly, but it's like some kind of like beef burrito. What was it? Beef burrito thing. I forget what it was called. Beef burrito, cheesy. I don't know. Cheesy something. Like, yeah, cheesy double beef burrito. I don't know all the names. All these ridiculous names. You have to go to the cashier to say like, I'll have the double cheesy double beef burrito. I don't know. All these funny little marketing names. Anyway, like compared to this, which is basically I think the same price. Like this one was a lot bigger, or at least a lot thicker anyway. You know, it's like it felt like an actual like normal sized burrito, at least to me. But like the chicken chipotle melt was like tiny, and I don't know, maybe it was a bad batch or something. But like look at these pictures, it's so small. Look at this. Maybe maybe they can put a lot of chicken in it. Like maybe it's the same like what do you call it, like wrap size, but like I guess the actual protein, the actual meat is just smaller, you know. So like when you actually like grab it, you know, and wrap it up, it's just kind of like incredibly small. I don't know. In the pictures, it looks great, but obviously that's how fast food works. They always make it look great in the pictures. When you actually look at it, you know, when you actually eat it, like it does not look like that at all. But anyway, that's all just to complain about Taco Bell, which I don't have often, mainly because it has a lot of cheese, and I'm lactose intolerant. I used to be okay with cheese, because, you know, cheese doesn't usually have a lot of lactose in it, but nowadays I have to eat the, what do you call it, the lactase pill, you know? That helps digest, like, lactose, which is, like, a small downside, but whatever. You know, it's like, what was that? Engage. Oh, that's when the battle starts. Anyway. Anyway, that's all just to complain about the Taco Bell chicken chipotle melt in Canada. I don't know if, you know, if my complaint means anything. I just want to put it out there, okay? I feel like I got scammed. It was so tiny. It was like a baby burrito, you know. It just was not worth the money. It's significantly less calories though. When I look at the website, it's like there's only like 200 calories or something, which makes sense because like grilled chicken. But like, I don't know, it's just not very filling. Is the problem. Blue Dragonfly, you never had it, mostly because spicy things don't like you. Yeah, well, to be honest, I don't like spicy things either. But I don't know. I'm such a baby when it comes to spice. But actually, Taco Bell, it's not that spicy. Like, especially if you don't like put in like any hot sauce or anything, you don't buy any of the spicy versions. Like the normal, like just, you know, beef or whatever, just the default Taco Bell items, they're not specifically spicy, are not spicy at all. And the hot sauce, and the funny thing is, I tried the hot sauce because at first I was like, oh, you know, I'll just take the mild hot sauce. But then at some point I got like I think, you know, it always varies, I guess. Sometimes people just like ketchup packets, you know. Sometimes the Taco Bell employee just puts random stuff in your freaking bag, and sometimes it includes like the hot sauce because there's like I think 3 different levels. There's like what I don't know. I'm going on a tangent again, but like there's like 3 different levels. There's like mild hot sauce. Well, there's also, you can also buy it, by the way. But like, you know, there's like the mild, there's like hot sauce, and there's like fire hot sauce, which apparently is more spicier. I never tried that. But like at some point, you know, I was like, you know what, I'll try the hot sauce. And I was like, it's actually not that spicy, you know? I think it's because there's a lot of cheese. And the thing is, when you're eating Taco Bell though, it's all covered in like sour cream and cheese, you know, and like it's obviously covered in like, I mean, if you're eating a burrito specifically, it's like pita bread, or what do you call it? I forget what you call it. Is it pita bread? Something like that. It's the wrap, the bread they use for wrap. All of that kind of like suppresses the spiciness, actually. You know, dairy products in particular, like whenever you eat something spicy, usually if you want to, like, you know, not die from fire, I guess, you drink milk. Actually, you don't drink water, because if you drink water, it just kind of like spreads it around. The milk, the enzymes from the milk, I think, is what kind of like suppresses the spiciness factor, you know, in your tongue, as far as I understand, anyway. Anyway, that's all just to say that Taco Bell is actually not that spicy, at least from my perception, anyway. And again, I think it's maybe because of the actual food, you know? The actual food actually, like, as far as I understand, kind of like, what's the word? Counteracts the actual, like, hot sauce, if you use it anyway. And also, people always say, like, people get, like, diarrhea or something, right? They always get, like, diarrhea, or, like, you know, they have a bad experience later. Oh, I'm gonna get some Taco Bell, and I'm gonna spend some time in the bathroom. I never had that really issue, to be honest. And I'm lactose intolerant, so, like, again, to be fair, I do use the lactose enzyme thing, or whatever. What do you call it? Like this brand I have. This one, Lactase. Again, you have to eat the pill before you know, eat the food. You can't eat it after. That's not how that works. I remember watching, like, what was it, like some YouTuber, I think? I don't know. Look, sometimes I go to random YouTube rabbit holes. There's like a YouTuber that like eats a bunch of stuff, right? The competitive eating side of YouTube. Was it Eric? What's his name? Eric the Electric, something like that. I remember watching a video and like how he just ate a lot of cheese or something, and then he eats the lactase or whatever, or lactate. There's a lactate version as well. It's all the same thing. But he eats it like after, you know? But that doesn't work. You gotta eat it before, you know? You gotta read the instructions on the label. Anyway, that's all just to say, though. People always have problems in the bathroom after eating Taco Bell, but I never really had the issue, to be honest. I don't know why. I wonder if it's because people are actually lactose intolerant, you know? It's like, just like me, and then you have to make sure you know, eat the lactate before you eat a bunch of, like, cheesy stuff, you know? I don't know. Or it could be the spicy stuff. I know spicy foods. I definitely, like, in the past, eaten like a lot of like spicy food, you know? And then, well, it's a little bit TMI, but like I'm sure it's a common experience. But the same like chemicals, you know, or whatever you call it, in the spiciness, I think it's like what's it called? It's like a specific type of pepper, I think. Or is it? I'm not sure. Is it like this pepper, or like, I don't know. I'm not sure what it is. I don't know what you call it. The spiciness origin of pepper. What's it called? Compound. This word. It starts with C, right? This word. Like when a food has a lot of this, capsaicin or something. I don't know how to pronounce it. Capsaicin. I don't know. Capsaicin. When a food has a lot of capsaicin in it, which is usually like peppers and stuff, it also like like transfers to your butthole. So you're like, quite literally, your poop is on fire, you know? So that's something I feel like people experienced before, and I've experienced before, when you eat something like with a lot of this. Is all I'm saying. I don't know. Taco Bell does. I feel like Taco Bell is not this though. Taco Bell, I don't have that experience with Taco Bell though. Yeah, capsaicin. You never had that problem either? Not sure if people are talking about they just never got fiber, or they just eat too much at one time. Maybe, I don't know. But I feel like it's specifically Taco Bell though. Like compared to like all other other fast food have the same, or has the same problem too. Or like this, you know, it's not exactly a lot of fiber, unless you like dump a lot of lettuce, I guess. I don't know, but I feel like a lot of other fast food are very similar. A lot high in carbs, you know. It's just meat and cheese and stuff like that. Oh, and yet people always blame Taco Bell, which, I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna say it's like what's the word? I'm not gonna say it's unfair to blame them. I just never experienced it myself. Like I never really had a problem talking about it necessarily. Anyway, that's my Taco Bell tangent. The only reason I bring it up because I had Taco Bell the other day. That's basically it. I'm kind of getting bored of fast food, to be honest. I don't know. That's why I've been trying different things. Again, I don't have Taco Bell very often. But, oh, I mean, there was a discount. That's mainly why. But, you know, I've just been trying different things. I'm kind of bored of McDonald's, you know? I'm kind of sick of McDonald's. Which is like, I don't know, one of the most popular fast food franchises, but I just never had McDonald's for years at this point. I just never really felt the urge, you know? I'm kind of sick of burgers. I don't know. I just want something different, I guess. Anyway. Pause this, and then we're gonna play Decollate Decoration. Decollate means decapitation. Which is a clickbait, by the way. When did anyone get decapitated? I didn't see any of that. I can't believe the game would lie. This is false advertising. I never saw anyone getting decapitated. Except maybe like one bad ending, but it was like very ambiguous. I don't think his head fell off. I think in 2 of the bad endings, he just hangs himself. You know, it's like every time he dies, he just hangs himself. He doesn't actually decapitate or anything. He loses his head. Not sure. But yeah, we're gonna continue playing this game. Let me change the... Where is it? I want to add a little timestamp. This is what I want to do. And then I begin playing at around 29:30. Decollate Decoration. And I don't know if this will take the entire you know, I don't know if this will take the entire stream necessarily. I'm not sure. I guess we'll see. Because I feel like I should have just played this on its own, actually. Because in combination, like the main story, the main game, plus the side stories, I feel like that's just one stream. But now it's this weird thing where I have to like cut it in half. Oh well. Where's my OBS? Okay. So instead of start, we will go to extra. You know, didn't the game mention something about I can't open like the gallery or something like that? I do want to respect the developer's wishes. It said something about like, yeah, don't share the gallery. I gotta be careful. Don't share the gallery, or they're gonna murder me, I guess. Okay, so side story. So I kind of already started, but I'm gonna just, you know, I started like 2 seconds of it, but like let's just restart from the very beginning again. We're gonna do the prologue. Here we go. So this is before she became a ghost and all that. And now, well, I guess we're just gonna like have a slice of life story while she goes to school, I guess, you know? Also, why are these buttons all wrong? I don't have a controller right now. I don't have a control. Yeah, I don't have a controller plugged in. I also want to explore this like menu. You know, I don't know. I haven't really explored last time because I was like a bit of a time crunch, you know. So I wanted to like end the stream soon, but now it's like I have more time now. I can just look at this. I wish I had some music though. Maybe you should like wait until there's music. Anyway, you've entered your 2nd year of high school. Wow. After the opening assembly, you head from the gym to your classroom. Because you're the shortest in line, you end up separated from your friends. With fewer students this year, your classroom is on the 1st floor again like last year. High school. I'll be honest, like... I don't know. I can't really... It's all blur. And maybe it's because it's been a while. It's been a long time. It's all blur, you know? How people have like milestones of, oh, their 1st year, or the 2nd year, or the 3rd year of high school, or the middle school. I don't know. Does that? I can't remember. Do all countries have like a middle school, or do you call it like junior high or something? In Canada, I think it's just called middle school. But anyway, people have all these milestones, you know, like the different years they are in high school and everything, or in school in just in general. But I don't remember. It's all a blur to me, to be honest. I don't remember all the grades. Like, how high do the grades go? I don't remember. It's all vague. But the lockers line up along the walls to bear last year's dents and scratches. A new school year, a new term, but nerves feel far away. I'm beat. Hold on, so... Not this background music. Now I want to explore. What is this? What is this? It's it's dual. I think it's Duolingo. It's a freaking owl that murders you. But then didn't it kind of like become bad or something because they fired a bunch of people and then used AI, you know, to like run the programs, you know, language programs, and so it kind of sucks now, something like that. I don't know what this icon is. It's like, is it just a photo app or something? I don't know what this is. Is it maybe a camera? Obviously this is YouTube, of course. Spotify. I only recognize that because I only use it like a couple times, just for like playing music in the background. But then I learned, you know, how much of music on Spotify is copyright, so I don't know. Is this? I don't know. Is this TikTok or something? I'm not familiar, ironically. I'm not familiar with TikTok. The one time I tried to use TikTok, I was trying to post that trailer, you know, of the game I helped translate, Siblings. But like, it didn't work. You know, it just didn't show up when on people's feeds, so I just gave up. S, I don't know what that means. I don't know the rest of this. Maybe it's like Japanese stuff, like Japan only type apps. I'm not sure. Phone, email, heart. I don't know what that means. What's this? Oh, maybe this is the camera, right? Or, but why is it blank though? I'm not sure. Contacts. So I actually didn't want to read the profiles because I'm not gonna get a lot of context of who these people are. All these other characters are like basically background characters, but oh well. Let's see. So who is this person? Who are we? We are Kimi Anata. Anata. It's funny. Because Anata can also mean like you, I guess. Henozaki High School. Note, none. First term, cheerful and expressive, serves as a mood maker in class. On the other hand, she tends to lack motivation towards things that don't interest her and shows limited imagination. What a weird way to say that. I mean, limited imagination. However, she's very honest and often resolves issues through that flexibility. We hope she continues to develop these strengths. Lastly, please try a bit harder in mathematics. Okay, these like teacher's notes, I guess. Mood maker. I was thinking like a class clown, I guess, but maybe not. I'm not sure. She's just a cheerful person, I guess. Anyway, here's the main male lead, Yume Kimi. Wait, she's Kimi Anata, and he's Yomei Kimi. You know, the last name is first name. Eligible for high school tuition support grant. No particular academic issues. Carries out class duties earnestly and pays close attention to surroundings during group activities. Shows no problems in communication or reporting of teachers. Also, as previously mentioned, please submit your household environment survey form. We are not able to reach you by phone, so we are contacting you here as well. Thank you for your cooperation. He has household problems, but I guess they don't know that. Why do we have these? This feels like student record. You know, why do we have access to this on our phone? Isn't this a breach of privacy? Naoko Takemura notes, recently seems to be putting great effort into club activities. During the volleyball unit in class, she outperformed everyone to the point of being given a handicap. Balancing academics and club activities is challenging, but she shows she shows effort in both, which is commendable. She demonstrates leadership in daily life, though at times seems to appear lacking in self-confidence and seems anxious. Please take time to speak of her at home. Okay, so she's the jock, as far as I understand. She's good at volleyball. Mimi, Aomi. No particular academic issues, carries out class duties earnestly and pays close attention to surroundings during group activities. In daily life, she spends time calmly with friends, though she seems to have some difficulty with communication. Why does everyone have difficulty with communication? You know, you have difficulty with communication, you have difficulty with communication. Why do you have red eyes like that? I don't know, it just doesn't translate well in pixel art. It just looks like they have bug eyes. I don't know. Uira Miyauchi, designated medical expense recipient. She's had more absences this term than last year due to illness, but she remains positive and cheerful. At the same time, it is somewhat difficult to see her true feelings. We'll continue to monitor the situation as she does not speak her mind much even to you. What do you mean me? You? Who? I thought these were like student records from teacher's notes or something, but I was like, speaking to me? Who? Who's me? We have occasionally seen her studying with friends in the library. That may explain her stable academic performance. It is likely her ability to seek support from others that contributes to her success, though she should refrain from talking during class. Okay. Oop. Random student, male student A, Takeshi Yamada. English grades appear to have declined. It's fine to devote yourself to club activities, but neglecting school life would be putting the cart before the horse. He shows kindness towards others and usually spends his day calmly. However, he sometimes gets carried away when with friends. Let's both make an effort to grow. Male student B, Kisuke Akune, which again, the purple eyes just look weird, but we hope we can develop a bit more of a studious attitude. He has good comprehension, his academic performance is stable. With a shift in his approach into learning, he could further improve. He tends to act carelessly toward those he isn't close with and often neglects empathy for others. Let's gradually reassess his overall school life. Okay. Bit of a jerk, I guess. Maybe. And then random male student C, I guess. Aoi Aihara. No special notes. Only know this person has a note. High school tuition support grant. Is that for like for this high school? I guess you have to pay for high school, or is it for university? I don't know, or college. I'm not sure. I don't know. In Canada, you don't pay for high school. I mean, most right? In most first world countries, you don't pay for high school, right? Aoihara, academic performance is stable, no particular problems, not very particularly assertive, his communication skills are strong, and he plays the mood-making role in the classroom. Mood-making. He has stated that he has not yet thought much about his future, but there should be no issue in most applications. Please discuss this with him at home. Okay, so people, have varying academic performances, I guess, basically. Great. Oh, there you go. Those are all the people. The friends, I guess. What's this one? I don't know what this is. I have no idea what that is. There's the mini games as well. Hold on. Okay, this is... Right, this is saving. Loading, yes. What's this? Options. I can't tell. It's hard to tell. At top, I probably means return to menu. Those are these dots, which implies there's more apps, but I can't, I can't swipe. Okay, what's this minigame? And now, why does this remind me? This reminds me of Drax from the Amazing Digital Circus. This is a game where you just serve rice. There are no penalties or fails or an end. Nothing happens if you continue. That's just how it is. Great. ZCQ? Great. Wow. And make rice. Oh, I gotta flip the bowl and then put the rice. Oop, I did it wrong. Oops. Wait. Flip the bowl, press that, and then that. So that wasn't rice though. Does that count? I'm not sure. Oh, oops, I didn't mean to do that. That was not served properly. Someone's bowl is just upside down. With nothing in it. And again, I don't know like what this is. Maybe some kind of other type of rice. I'm not sure. Go there and then go. I think that score goes 16 or 17. Oh, that's not right. Oh, that. I keep pressing the wrong button. No music. It's just sound effects. Let me just boop, and then boop, just make it like a little dirty, and then just flip it like that. And then just dump a lot of rice in there, back and forth, and just give this person like, I don't know, like a life-threatening disease, I guess. I feel like, I don't know. You know how the people say there's like a 5-second rule? That's just not true. That's just like a myth. The moment and especially like sticky food or whatever touches like anything like contaminated, like there's germs on it, you know. So, like that's just that doesn't pass the food inspection, you know, health and safety. Someone's gonna get sick. These are some weird sound effects for scooping rice. I guess so. What does it sound like? It's kind of very quiet on my end. I don't know. It's just dumping it, I guess. It's more like ice cream or something. Also, is this just plain rice? Or... I don't know. Oh, did it say rice? Or maybe it's like, what do you call it? Is it mochi or something? I'm not sure. Like a dessert, maybe. Like sweet rice or something. I don't know. Let me... I should stop. Wait, hold on. Let me just get to the meme number first. Oh, I can press the wrong button again. Somehow I still fail, even though this game has no failure state. You literally can't lose. There we go. I imagine if you could do this really fast, you know, it'd be impressive. Anyway, I got to the meme number. It's 67, right? Am I cool now? I don't know. 67. I feel like that's dated now, like nobody cares. It's a game where you just serve rice. Oh, it says rice. Oh, it is rice. And also another mini game. I don't know. I'm wasting time. I'm not like playing the game. Like, what's this? This is Setuna no Zero Sagi. It's a game where you quickly catch falling apples. Try to catch 3 apples before they hit the ground. Oh, again, Jax. Why is Jax still here? Failed. You lose. What? Okay. I still failed. What do you mean? Do I have to wait longer until they fall? Okay. Whoa, what the heck? It's like a reaction time test. Oh, 351 milliseconds? Is that bad? I'm not sure. Damn it. The third apple was faster, actually. How does that make sense? I felt like I actually hesitated more. Seems my average is around 300 milliseconds reaction time. It's hard though, because you have to like pay attention to whether or not it's the right direction too. 300. I don't know, that felt faster, but like my number's higher? How does that make sense? I don't know. Feels weird. Maybe it's like higher is better or something? I don't know. Anyway. Oh, there you go. Those are 2 mini games. Amazing. Gotta get my money's worth, you know? That is like 2 mini games. You have to play them. Anyway, continuing the prologue story. I'm beat. You raise your voice and drop it to your new seat. You can never just sit still, can you? Huh? How can you tell without even looking? Your friend in the same class again this year calls out from the corner of the room, still seated. Who is she again? I have to look it up. Who's she again? She's this one. She's the jock, I guess. She's the... Well, I say jock, but you know, she's the volleyball player. Your friend in the same class again this year calls out from the corner of the room, still seated. You think she could just come over, but homeroom's about to start and it feels like too much trouble. Were you even paying attention? Were you again? I have to look it up again. Takemura. Oh no, Takemura. No, Takemura is the volleyball player. This one, oh no, this is not the volleyball. For some reason, why did I think she's the volleyball player? Okay, she's the volleyball player, and then she's just normal, I guess. She's just like no particular issues. Were you even paying attention? Koba-sensei kept glaring at the front the whole time. We were cracking up in the back that you're totally getting busted. I only checked my phone for like 2 seconds. For real? That's insane. And right in the front row? Guess that makes me a pioneer in student discipline. Alright everyone, sit down already. We're sitting! Man, drew the short straw again this year. Did he just call his own students the short straw? That's messed up. Homeroom was over, classes are done for the day, and it's still only morning. You're already set on taking your time to head home. Really? Oh, it's probably because it's the first day, right? I was thinking, like, that's pretty quick, you know, because I remember in high school it was, like, at least until 3 o'clock or something, right? You don't just end class that quickly, but I guess, again, it's, like, the first day, so they probably just do orientation, and that's it. They go home. Go away. Okay, well, click on myself. Koba-sensei might have called you guys the short straw, but to you, he's actually kind of a decent teacher. Homeroom teacher Mr. Kobayashi, better known as Koba-sensei, already seems to have headed to the staff room. He doesn't really get mad even if you're sloppy about a lot of things, which honestly is a relief. He marks your English grades a little low, but that doesn't really bother you. Okay. Well, if your English grades are low, whose fault is that? You know, like, you should probably just do better than just do better. I don't know, I felt like... in, like, high school, or, like, you know, whenever there's, like, fiction, usually anime, there's always this thing where, like, students are trying to get their teacher to get them better marks or whatever. I never understood that. You know, you're either right or you're wrong. That's kind of it, isn't it? And of course, maybe there's, like, interpretation, you know, like essays and stuff, but, like... I guess maybe if the teacher's, like, very biased, they just freaking hate you or something. I don't know, but, like, I never had that problem, to be honest. It's either you just get it right or you don't, you know? Like, it's clear, like, if you got something wrong, it's like, it's wrong, you know? Just do better. Just do your homework. I don't know, anyway. Mystery boy. Well, hold on. Do I want to talk to the mystery boy yet? Which mystery boy is that, actually? Because it's not the right mystery boy. Because this is the real mystery boy that we're pursuing. This is some other random guy. We don't give a shit about this guy. Why is he a mystery boy? Anyway, well, let's talk to our friends. You head towards Takemura and Mimi. Mimi? Why is her name Mimi? Is that actually her name? Oh, it's Mimi. But then why her nickname, I guess, Mimi? Is that intentional, or I don't know, it's weird. A short-haired girl and a girl with her hair half tied up are sitting together, chatting like close friends. They're super reliable and really cute. They're two of your favorite friends. Having people from last year's class again makes you really happy. Wait, you guys are sitting next to each other? No fair. Yeah, it would have been nice if your seat was closer too. Only Anata stuck by the window. Honestly, it's like you've been ditched. Harsh. But hey, at least being bunched up makes eating lunch easier. Aren't we one seat short? I'll just grab a chair from somewhere. And what about that person who was sitting there, genius? I'll talk them into it somehow. Great forward thinking. We could just share a seat. Mr. Kobayashi's watching. It's not like we're doing anything bad. Hey, let's hang out after school, grab lunch too. I'm down. I even stopped by the ATM earlier, because I'm fucking rich, I guess. I have tons of cash. No, I don't know, I mean, I guess people had jobs, you know, when they were a student. I never really experienced that. I worked, like, after school, or, like, you know, after I finished school. I didn't really, like, work during school. I never really understood that. You know, because I feel like if you work while you're in school, which is probably a good work experience, to be honest. Maybe I should have done that. Like, that's probably better. But, like, I feel like then I would have less time to do homework, you know, and get good grades. I feel like you have to balance it, you know? I don't know. I figured you would. Should we get the class next door in on it too? Yeah, let's do it. We'll probably end up as a big group anyway. Let's just call up people randomly. I'll go check class 3. Okay, leave here to me. Okay. Oh yeah, we still need to make a new class Rine group. Rine group or line group, which I believe in Japan is kind of like, I mean, isn't it the equivalent of, is a messaging app, you know? That's like Discord, you know, basically, but not for gamers, really. Ah, true, I totally forgot. But making groups is such a pain. You do it, Mimi. Come on, you're the one who brought it up. And then Mimi pulls out her phone. Fine. If you're gonna narrate me like that, I guess I have no choice. Eat woo! Okay. I talk to the boys. A boy with reddish brown hair sits on a desk instead of a chair. The desk's actual owner looks annoyed but laughs anyway. You walk up to Yan and Akune. Yan? Is that his name? Yan. No, check this. I'll check this. Yan? Yan? Is that person? They were guys you met through Takemura's club. This is the first year you were in the same class together. Or who's who again? I already forgot who's who. No, it's like this one and this one, right? It's just these guys. Who's Gyan though? Oh, I don't know. Akane and then this person's Gyan for some reason? Why is this one Gyan? This is Takeshi Yamada. Apparently he's Gyan. I don't understand. Anyway, oh, after school? Wow, straight to the point. Well, yeah, your voice is crazy loud. Hey, I gotta be louder, nobody will hear me. That's because you're, what, 140 centimeters tall? Shut up. I'm 145. Round it up, that's 150. Or you can round it down to 100. Oop, that's harsh. Anyway, we were saying we should hit Spotsja, but this idiot here went and scheduled work. What? Seriously, you're such an idiot. Yeah, my bad. Why would you do that? Well, I thought school started tomorrow, so I signed up for a shift this afternoon. Oh, come on, fine. Then just come after work. That cool? Sure, sounds good. There's probably guys from class 3 and other classes coming too, so you better be ready. Wonder what's going on with class 3. Where's Takemura? Oh, I can't differentiate these voices. It said she was asking class 3, so let me check Ryan. Oh, big group now, me at front gate. Figures. Think the place even let us in? If not, we'll just go to the karaoke at Spotsja and order food there. I'm down for takoyaki or takoyaki roulette 100%. Great. Oh, Meowchi. I was thinking of Meowchi, I guess. Why's her name Meowchi? Her name's not Meowchi. It's Miyauchi, I guess. I don't know. Did they translate all these like nicknames? I feel like it should be just Mimi-chan or something, you know? I don't know. Or like Mia-nyan, or maybe, I don't know. Something like that. Anyway, talk to you. By the window, a tall girl is chatting with a boy about the same height. Meowchi, we're in the same class this year. Meowchi, like you, is a chronic latecomer. Last year you were in different classes, but you often ran into each other in the teacher's office and started talking. She's funny, cute, and one of your favorites. Oh look, it's my late buddy. High five! It sounds like a bad influence to me. Come on, they say goofing off together brings people closer than just being good all the time, right? It's definitely a bad influence. Hey, bad girls can get away with anything, so who's this guy? No clue, total stranger. What? You're terrible. We've known each other for almost 10 years. What do you mean I'm a stranger? That's hilarious. So you live nearby? Yeah. Anata, this is Aihara. Usually first on the roll call, but be nice to him. Aihara, this is Anata. Bumped out the first in roll call because of you. Go easy on her. Oh, that's quite an intro. Not wrong, though. Oh yeah, you were before me on the list. I'm usually first. You stole my spot. Do all your friends act like this? Do all your friends are anime characters? Why, got a problem? No. Okay. Mission complete. Do you see Takemura's Rhine? Yeah, she says she's waiting at the front gate. We can head out once you're ready. Then I'll head off to my shift. See ya later. I'm mixing all these voices because I don't know what voices I'm supposed to give all these people. Just doing all goofy voices. Because they're like background characters. Who cares? I'm not gonna do like a serious voice. Catch up with us after. Anyway, give me a Rhine ID. Mine? Yeah, yours. Sure, but I don't check my phone that much. That's fine. I just want to pad the class Rhine group numbers. Wow, that stings a little. You know, it's just for the follower count, that's all. The numbers. Your seat is at the very back of the classroom. You're separated from your friends, but the boy in front of you is really tall. Which basically means it's the perfect spot to steal your phone or snacks during class. This must be what they mean by silver lining. Hey, wanna hang out after school today? Nah, I've got plans, going straight home. Oh, really? I'm really sorry, like 100% legit sorry. I'll leave you Ira as a replacement. So nobody wins. The more the merrier though. Well, as long as no one's forced. Still, Meowchi, you only come sometimes. Your attendance rate is way too low. But I'm happy you always invite me. So yeah, if I can make it, I will. Deal? Deal, I guess. I'll just keep inviting you forever. Who's the one that's sick? Is it her? Yeah, she's the one that's sick, so that's why she's can't really attend all the time. She probably has doctor's appointments or something, I don't know. If I had to guess, or she's not feeling well. Think they'll do dress code checks at the gate? No, it's free dress now. Too late for that anyway. Pretty sure everyone will just wear whatever they want starting tomorrow. Exactly, tomorrow's the start of freedom! Okay, we saw this already. Already. Okay. And I wish the game would like just let me know if the dialogue's repeating, you know? Because I feel like that's a similar thing that happened in the main game. Where like you click on things multiple times, and that just repeats the dialogue. But, like sometimes you do want to click it multiple times, right? To make sure there's no new dialogue. Which did make the one of the endings that you could get in the main story. You actually have to click on like the kitchen, sink or whatever to activate that ending. But like I feel like you're discouraged from doing that, right? Because you've already checked everything, in the previous playthroughs. Why would you check that specifically, right? That's a little obscure, but anyway. Not as bad, but still. It's very, I don't know, it's a common complaint I have a lot of games. Whereas like, it's inconsistent with whether or not like, oh, you gotta click on this multiple times, get new dialogue, but wait, you got all the dialogue, time to move on, it's like, sometimes it's like they encourage you to do it, sometimes they don't encourage you to do it, and sometimes like it's mixed where it's like it's confusing. So you do actually have to, interact with this one particular object like 2 times in this very specific context and not in any other context, it's like, come on. Anyway. Alright, well, I guess it's time to move on. Head to school gate. Yes. Time to hang out with our friends, I guess. Wow, so exciting. You're about to head for the gate where everyone's waiting and you put your hand on the classroom door. But then, a big shadow falls across your arm and stops you in your tracks. Wowee. It's this guy. You look up, and the tall boy in front of you looks like he's got something to say. Right, he's the one sitting in the desk in front of yours. You remember Koba-sensei calling him Kimi. Kimi? Kimi. Anata? Kimi? Isn't Kimi also mean you in Japanese? I think so. It's just different ways of saying you. You're the type who can't remember faces or names if you're not interested in them. Everyone else is a background character, I guess. But even you know the boy who sits in front of you. You're eager to get going, so instead of asking his name, you decide to ask what he wants. And if it's nothing important, you'll just brush him off and head out. At least that's the plan running through your head. Hello, Cyber. Hakimi? I'm not sure what you mean by that. What do you mean by Hakimi? I don't know. You can't just like write a word and question mark and not explain yourself. Hakimi. Unless it's like a bad word? Is it like a bad word? Am I searching like a bad word? I don't know. I have no idea. Hold on. Wait. Open new window. Hakimi. Well, all I get is a footballer. A footballer, or what do you call it? Well, is it like European football? It's like when I think football, I think of American football. But I guess it's just a soccer player. Okay. The guy's name, often shortened as Kimi. Well, and I think of Kimi because this is a weeaboo, only channel, I guess. This stream is only for weebs. When I think of Kimi, I think of the Japanese Kimi. It's it's fucking AI, but I think it's true. Basically, it's a second person pronoun meaning you. Kimi. And also Anata. But you don't really use Kimi though. Like Kimi and Anata in Japanese, you don't really say you, usually in Japanese conversation, it just feels a little bit too direct. It feels weird. Usually Anata, for example, as well. Like it happens a lot in like anime for some reason, because Anata also means you, but usually you use Anata for like husbands, actually, Like, at least in real life, you don't really say like Anata like as a person, like you know. It's too weird because in Japanese, I don't know, in like language and culture, you like you have to be indirect. You can't like just directly say someone like you there, you know. Oh my, well, you know, oh my. That's like very rude usually. Yeah, Anata for like the husband thing. I actually don't know why. I don't know the origin of why Anata means husband, but that's just how just how it is, I guess. Anyway, what's up? Something wrong? Uh, there's some water actually. I just wanted to ask if you're okay with the seating. I mean, with our height difference, you might not be able to see the board. Is that so? Nah, it's fine. I'll just borrow a note from my friends. Really? If you say so. But if it ever gets tough, just tell me. I'll ask the teacher to move our seats. Wow, you're super serious about this, huh? Just in a short exchange, you realize the boy in front of you lives in a totally different world from yours. For you, getting by with the bare minimum to avoid repeating a year is more than enough. You'd rather slack off in class whenever possible, and sitting behind him means you can hide and do your own thing. I mean, I think, well, the reason why he cares about his grades, and I guess how that affects other people, is because he needs to do well to get that tuition grant, you know? Because I'm assuming, I mean, it was already explored in the main game, like, I think his parents divorced, and his mom is spending all their money on supplements for some reason, you know, and that he's just poor. The answer is that he's just poor. Anyway, which makes me wonder why there's no social services. Is there no social like safety net in Japan? I wonder. I don't know. You rather slack off in class whenever possible, and sitting behind him means you can hide and do your own thing. But really, I'm good. Thanks, though. My friends are waiting, so I gotta go. As you leave, you can't help but think. So people actually come to school to study, huh? What do you mean? What do you mean people actually come here to study? What do you mean? Isn't that the whole point? Did I misunderstand the whole point of the educational institution? Do I literally do I take everything too literal maybe? I don't know, man. I thought you go to school to like study. Isn't that the whole point? Well, not much of a goodbye, you hurry out of the classroom. Shocking. Is this a room? It's very pink. Today was the best day ever. You ate dinner with your friends, and when you got home, your mom had saved dessert for you. Tomorrow your dad has a day off, so he'll drive you to school. Which means tonight you can take a long bath, stay up late, whatever you want. Today was so much fun, apparently. Also, we got something. Also, my throat is dying, I guess, for some reason. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Today was so much fun, but man, I'm wiped out. Do you want to check the thing? Like, did I get stuff? What is this? I guess, is this Rhine or something? Or just a camera app? I guess these are the people. Why are they crossed out like that? You know, it's kind of weird. But I guess these are the people that she hung out with. Amazing. They did karaoke, I guess. They also get something else? Message app. How about this? Oh, this. Akane says, unphotogenic if you ask me. Yeah, I'm telling on you to class 3. Or Akane. Oh, Akane's the guy, actually. Akane would be like, unphotogenic if you ask me. You know, he's for some reason he's the jerk, I guess. I'm telling on you to class 3. Y'all look so cute. But why is Akane at first a jerk, but then say you're all cute? I don't understand. So cute indeed. We'll retouch it later. Wish I'd gone too. Who's Gyan again? Gyan is the guy that went to work, I think. We'll hang on again. Okay, whatever. Alright, see you later, Cyber, I guess. But man, I'm wiped out. Once I dry my hair, I'm totally flopping onto my bed. Your phone screen might update with messages from friends. Mini games don't affect your daily life, so play in moderation. You know, why is the developer telling you like our mini games don't mean anything? don't bother getting a high score, you know? Like, don't bother playing it. It's stupid, I guess. I don't know. That's what that implies. But here you go. Here's the freaking, like, legend, I guess. So, you know, the thing that explains what all these buttons are, you know? Dogstagram. Oh, so that's Dogstagram, which is Instagram, basically. That's Instagram, and that's Line, I guess. Dogstagram. They post this. I mean, Instagram is like online, right? So they post this online or something? I don't know. Is that why they blur out the eyes a little bit? You can still see the eyes, though. I don't know. So, I mean, this is the real photo, right? So this is the real photo. And this is the photo they post online, I guess. Huh. Well, I'm curious. Who's who? This doesn't matter, but like... So she's the volleyball player. He's the... I don't know, he's not much of an asshole. He's just the most jerkish of everyone else. So he's not much of a jerk, really. But, you know, he's kind of a jerk, at least to me. That's her, of course. I guess she's the normal one, right? She's like, hello everyone, you know. That's it. She's just normal. Who are these other two again? I forget who's who. It's a better look at who they are. Really look at the little sprites, you know? So this is Jan, technically, so he didn't get to go. She didn't go either, right? Who's the other people? Yeah, I don't recognize the other two. Because did he go? I don't think he went. Who's that blue hair? Who's the green hair guy and who's this person? You know, I don't know these other... Who are these strangers? Who are these strangers? Who are they? This is Mimi. Mimi's like the hello, and then this one's the volleyball player. Yeah, Akane obviously is the guy there, and that's kind of it, you know? I don't recognize the rest of them. So I guess maybe it's from people from class 3, I guess. Technically, they mentioned how like they were gonna get other people from a different class, maybe. But those are the other two, I guess. Just random strangers. I don't know who they are. Anyway, what now? Oh, I'm gonna save the game again. Because I'm paranoid, I guess. I don't know, we can't like die in the prologue. We already know when we're gonna die, technically. Can't like get a game over or anything. Alright, so I guess this is just her place, and we're just gonna look around, I guess. You sit down from the dresser. Your heavy bangs stick flat against your forehead, sharp eyes staring back at you from the mirror. Just after your bath, your mom told you you're starting to look more like your dad. Really? Was her dad like a femboy, or what? What do you mean? But what you really envy are your mom's big, round, double-lidded eyes. Huh? Double-lidded eyes? What do you mean by that? If I had perfect lids like hers, I wouldn't have to work on mine so much. Double-lidded eyes. Isn't that just... What do you mean? Double-lidded... Double-lidded eyes. I actually don't know what that means exactly. Like, isn't that just... I don't know, actually. I guess it's just eyes that are hooded? Huh. This eyelid structure is common, especially for East Asian population. Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't it just mean you're Asian? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what that means. I do know that people... Like, isn't it like a thing where like... If your eyes are like Asian or whatever, there's like a cosmetic surgery, there's like a whole fad where they try to remove the eyes. But not remove the eyes, but you know, like change the eyes so it doesn't look Asian or something. Something like that. So I feel like, isn't it like the opposite? I don't know. That's what I've heard anyway. I'm not sure. Anyway, you didn't look at mine so much. You also wish you had long lashes like Miauchi or Takemura's sleek figure. Even Mimimi's pointed chin and tiny lips seem nice to you. Unfortunately, the clothes you own, the clothes that suit you, and the clothes you actually want to wear don't always line up. Still, the mirror shows a girl who's her mom's and dad's treasure. There are plenty of things you can't have, no matter how much you wish for them. But tomorrow will still be exciting, because there are people who like you just the way you are. At least that's what your mom and dad have always made you believe. You finish getting ready. Almost time to just fly on the bed and scroll until I crash. I just doom scrolling. Is there anything else to do? It's just the bed and the dresser. Hmm. No, even her sprite here changes. I didn't even notice that the first time. I guess her sprite also changed last time, right? I didn't even notice that. Also, what she remind me of? It's the hair, you know? You know, she talks about her eyes or her lashes or whatever. But like, you have crazy hair, don't you? You have you have crazy hair. It's freaking anime hair. Like the way it's dyed and everything. Isn't it like what's that anime that's like has like a Western animation to it and is like not safe for work? I mean, in fact, I don't know. Hold on, let me make sure. Like when I search it, it doesn't show anything that's not safe for work. I don't know. I mean, I think it's okay. I mean, it reminds me of this character. I never watched this, by the way. I just know, like, it's unique in the sense that it's an anime, but, like, it has, like, a Western style to it, you know? I don't know. Is her name Stocking? I'm assuming it's Panty and Stocking. Is her name Stocking or Panty? I don't know who's Panty or who's Stocking, but, like, it reminds me of this character, I guess. Like, exactly the same, like, hair dye style, you know? I'm sure there's another anime character that has a similar style, but this is the first one I think of anyway. Let's see. Anything new there? Can I click on the dresser again? I'm asleep for real! Okay, fine. I guess we just go. I'm gonna go to bed. You crawl under the covers and unlock your phone. On Doxogram, your favorite idol has posted a new dance video. Every time he flips his bangs back, they sway with steps. Oh, it's a male idol. Yeah, I don't know. When I think of idols, I think of, you know, J-pop idols, and I think of like freaking like you know, Miku Hatsune type idols, you know, basically. And each time a sharp glint flashes through the strands of his hair. And no matter how many times I watch him, he's just way too gorgeous. Before you realize it, you've fallen asleep, still clutching your phone. It's been a month since you started in your new class. At first you worked hard to stay serious, but once the nerves wore off, you slipped back into laziness. As long as you don't fail a test, you'll be fine, and you can do homework when you get in trouble with the teacher. What? I don't know, I never really understood that. Like, not doing your homework? You need to do your homework. Doing your homework is how you pass your tests, you know? Is that the whole point? Now it's third period. The sound of chalk scraping the blackboard echoes pleasantly. Warm sunlight pours in through the windows, mixed with a cool, refreshing breeze. It feels so comfortable. After staying up too late last night, you start nodding off. You decide to take advantage of the boy in front and sneak in a nap. Tall. Hey, not tall. Who's saying that? Half asleep, you hear an unfamiliar voice and stir awake. A large shadow hangs over you. The breeze sleeping? No, the breeze slipping into the gap between your slumped body and the desk feels cold. You blink a few times, and your blurry vision sharpens. The shadow hanging over you doesn't fade. When you lift your head, the boy sitting in front of you is looking down at you. You remember that his last name is Kimi. You only recall his last name, but that's enough. What could he want from you? You tilt your head and realize the classroom is empty. It's just you and him. Yeah, has class started already? I tried to wake you up multiple times. All your friends are gone. Oh, so what she mean by started already? Or like next class does she mean? Or does she mean like class ended already? I'm not sure what she means by that. Anyway, all your friends are gone. No way. Well, good morning, I guess. It's not even the morning, and we've got to move to the next classroom. Oh, okay. Okay, it is like, yeah, because, you know, as far as I remember in high school, you have like different periods, you know, and you do move on to different classes. I swear, I can't remember. Was it like in middle school? I think in middle school, right? You stayed in the same classroom for the most part, I think. Was it middle school or like elementary? I don't know. But in high school, that's what it felt weird, right? In high school, you had to like move to different classes every single time instead of staying with the same class the whole time, you know? That's strange to me. But anyway, I never liked that. I'd rather just stay still. You know, I want to just stay in the same room instead of going to like some other random room again. I got to figure out like which room you got to go, which period, and which classes you're assigned to. You know, and then you have like, it's like annoying. Anyway, Yeah, but it's not even morning. We got to move to the next classroom. Oh, really? Yes, really. So, were you waiting for me? Everyone else left, though. Well, who else is gonna wake you up? Thank you? But if I'm gonna be late, I'd rather skip class. Huh? So, what will you do instead? Like, chatter. Chatter, alright. This is exactly, yeah, what we saw before in the flashback. In the main game. Also, chatter. That feels weird. A translation for that feels weird. Like, in English, you don't say, like, chatter, you know? I think you... I don't know. I don't know what you would say in English. Be like, just chat, you know, just chatting, I guess, you know, I mean, just chatting is a category on Twitch, I guess. Like, just chatting. With who? You, of course. I can't be bothered to get all my textbooks ready. Well, now you're up. I better get going. Already. You really left. Don't leave me. You hurriedly yank out your notebook and textbook, stepping into the hallway. You assume he had already gone to the next classroom, but he's there waiting awkwardly for you. No way, you're so nice. Well, I figured if I went back alone, it looked like I abandoned you. Fair enough. Sunlight streams through the hallway windows as you follow behind him. His stride is almost triple yours. You're the kind of girl who's never been able to stand walking behind anyone. If nobody can match your pace, you just have to be first. But if you're always in the lead, you turn back and wait for everyone else. That's how you've always kept in step with the people around you. But now when you start to trot ahead, he slows his pace to match yours. It hits you like something you'd never noticed before suddenly coming into focus. You can't even find words. You remember the first time he spoke to you was for your sake too. Everything feels sharper, clearer now. It's like hearing a new word for the first time and then suddenly hearing it everywhere. You're starting to really see him. That's interesting. I feel like, because we know what happens, right? Because we know that he doesn't actually like her, is the thing. He's just like being nice, and I think it's because he does this for his mother, you know? Like he's always like I think everything just reminds me of the Amazing Digital Circus, but like basically like Ragatha, you know, like Ragatha from the Amazing Digital Circus, and how she's like I don't know why, I just want to like show it, but like EADC Ragatha. There's a character in the show. Again, I'm so obsessed with this show for some reason. I'm still waiting for the next episode. It's for a while. But like Ragatha is a character in the show that you kind of learn that she's kind of like a people pleaser, you know? Like she's nice, but like she's nice to everyone, really. And it's implied it's because she had an abusive mother, you know, or relatively like, you know, strict mother, I guess, that it was always like lording over her. So that's why she has a bit of a people-pleasing tendency, I guess. And of course, the downside is that, you know, because she's just nice to everyone, she never really like what's the word, expresses her true feelings. And when she does, though, when she is honest about something, it comes as a shock because it comes off as so mean, I guess, ironically, from a person that's usually so nice. So I feel like it's a similar character here where he's nice, but he's nice to everyone, but not because, you know, he's doing it out of the I don't know what the word is, but he's not doing it out of the goodness of his heart, I guess. It's really just a survival, you know, mechanism. He's just trying to be like nice because, like, I don't know, he doesn't want to be seen as like a mean person. Is all, you know. And yet this freaking protagonist here is, I guess, falling in love with him. Like, by the way, typical trope, by the way, for some reason. And like either like a rom-com or like a harem anime, you know, with multiple women, you know, like usually the main character is always just like, I'm just a nice guy, and then somehow he gets all the chicks. I don't know, something like that. Anyway, it's like hearing a new word for the first time. You're starting to really see him. You notice things like how his nails are trimmed a little short, how the backs of his indoor shoes aren't crushed down. Up until this moment, you thought he was boring. But now you're the only person in the world who's noticed this side of him. It's ridiculous, but it feels like a stray cat has chosen you and only you. Heart racing, you take the stairs 2 at a time. After all, the music room is on the 5th floor. Trying to steady your breathing so no one notices how winded you are, you push open the door to the music room. Sorry, I was totally taking class in my dream just now. You dodge the teacher's scolding of a joke and quickly hurry to your seat. As the teacher plays the piano, you find yourself staring at his back again. Since he's so tall, you've always ended up staring at his back during class anyway. You notice a loose thread on his cardigan and a bit of lint. No matter what, your eyes keep returning to his back. No, she's just really into his back, I guess. His hair looks stiff, but also kind of soft. Weird. I wonder what shampoo he uses, you know? I mean, probably just guy shampoo, you know? Probably just a 2-in-1 Head and Shoulders, you know? That's probably what most guys do. Homeroom finally ends. You catch yourself absentmindedly watching his back again. He's already pulling out his chair, about to leave the classroom. Maybe he's going to meet his friends, or maybe work, a committee meeting. For some reason, even the tiniest things about him grab your attention. Ah yes, hormones. You know, it's like you just fall in love with this guy just because, I guess. Because he was nice to you like a couple times, you know? I don't know, maybe it's realistic. You're not the type of girl who can hold back, so fixing your bangs just a little, you chase after him. You completely forget about your bag, your friends, the no running in the halls posters, everything. Weaving through the gaps between the people, you spot his back again. He's already at the school entrance. You weave in front and spread your arms in front of him. Down ya! Anata, what's the matter? He stops and tilts his head slightly. Then, noticing the big height difference, he crouches down a little so he can meet your eyes. You know, isn't it like a meme? You're like, how do you talk to short people? You know? Now, crouching down is the wrong way to do it. What you need to do is grab them by the head and like, you know, raise them in the air. It's only after you calling out to him that you realize you didn't actually have a reason to. You never worried about having a reason to talk before. Well, nothing really. Yeah, thanks for earlier. You scramble your jelly bean brain as hard as you can, trying to squeeze out something to say. Yeah, sure, you're welcome. But you know, you were still late anyway. It's not that big of a deal. I just meant, thanks for being late with me. Isn't that more like going down together? Then thanks for going down with me. Right. So where are you headed now? Work? Train commute? Bike? I don't even know which one I'm supposed to answer first. Well, work. And yeah, I take the train. He answers each question earnestly, one by one. He's so straightforward, so kind, that he never looks down on you. Somehow that just makes you want to keep talking. You're bold and reckless, so most people either get intimidated or make fun of you. Even with your jellybean brain, after 16 years of living with yourself, you figure that much out. Before you can say anything, he keeps talking. So, are you heading home too? Huh? Yeah. I mean, I already made it all the way to the entrance. Your bag. Huh? Oh snap, you're right. I totally forgot. Yeah, I figured. Thanks for telling me. Well then, see ya, I guess. Oh yeah, see ya! Okay. You don't really have the power or reason to keep him here any longer. Only now do you finally notice your bag, your friends, and even that dumb no running in the hall poster. You wave lightly and head back toward your classroom. Great. It really is just a typical, like, fucking mushy, like, rom, you know? It's just a rom. I don't know, I dislike it. I don't like lighthearted romances. I mean, I definitely watched a bunch of, like, rom-coms in the past, and, like, anime and stuff. And there are exceptions. I mean, I like Love is War. Like, Kaguya-sama Love is War. This is pretty funny. I like how, like, lampshades a lot of, like, you know, rom-com tropes. You know, I don't know, I'm just kind of sick of it, I guess. It's always the same shit, you know? It's just so, like, it's too nice. Ew. Where's the yandere with the knife, you know, that stabs people? A girl from next door is chatting with a classmate. She must have come to pick up her friend. You notice the trendy mascot backpack she's wearing, call out to her without thinking. That backpack's super cute. Oh, thanks. Where'd you get it? A place by the west exit. How do I explain it? Like a back alley shop run by an old lady? Yeah, that's the one. Wait, you know that place too? Of course, I go there all the time. The selection's kind of random, but the hair ties are cheap. Actually, I don't know. It's the classmate name changed, so I don't know if it's a different person. Huh? I never pictured you shopping there. Really? Oh no, that is different. Yeah, that's a different person. You've got more of a subculture vibe, like Villa Vanga, Volcanon, word salad. I don't know what these are. These references or something? I love word salad. That's so true. I like things that are cute, but not just cute. It was such a pain finding clothes that look like a uniform, so your outfit's amazing. Right? Isn't it cute? The fact we choose our own clothes and bags is the whole reason I picked this school. Is it? Huh. I mean, it still looks like a school uniform, but like it's supposed to be like a ironic or something. Like, even though you don't have to like wear a school uniform, she's wearing something that looks like a school uniform. Is that what it is? I don't know. Speaking of bags, mine's easy to use, but there's just one problem. A problem? My lunchbox doesn't fit. Oh. Why is it that cute bags are so impractical? Totally. Your classmate and the girl from the other class leave the room. Absentmindedly, you run your hand over your bag. Your school bag is a leather tote your mom bought at the department store. The soft pink beige color matches almost anything, and making it your favorite. It even goes perfectly with your makeshift uniform. Great. Oh, same thing. I have to check, you know? Talk to you. Meow wasn't here today either, huh? You shared her nickname. She's probably either sick, skipping, or feeling sick enough that she's skipping. She's the type who'd rather skip than show up late. That makes total sense. I just hope she's not actually sick. That's still questionable, but I guess. Is Em sick a lot? Her name's finally compressed to its limit. Yeah, but talking behind her back while she's not here feels wrong. Ask her herself. Ask her yourself. That's a pain, but I guess you're right. Weirdly enough, you're actually being honest. Okay, I gotta double check. Alright, how are you? Gan is placing a piece of chocolate in Akane's palm. Homeroom just ended and you bolted. Were you bursting for a toilet or something? Surely you could say it more delicately than that. Want some chocolate? Sure. Hey, that was mine. I thought it'd be sweet, but it's bitter, sour, like dirt. I got it for my part-time job. It's 100% Kako chocolate. Wow, close call. You tricked me! You're the one who took it. Or Takamura, actually. You're the one who took it. My mouth tastes sweet, bitter, sour. It's like dirt crumbs, not sweet at all. You know, you shouldn't complain when you take something from people. Sorry. Here, I'll give you candy in return. As payback? No, it's just normal candy. Gan probably thought it actually tasted good. That's why he gave it to me. Exactly. Isn't it tasty? I don't believe you. Try it then. Sure, maybe Anata just has bad taste. Shut up and eat it already. Ugh, that's gross. Got him. Got him. Get pranked. Okay, I'll talk to you. Oh, you're back. Here, your bag. Mimi went off to her committee meeting. Okay, Mimi went to her committee meeting is the freaking tongue twister. Thanks, I totally forgot about it. When you returned to the classroom, Takamura was waiting for your bag in hand. Come to think of it, why'd you leave me here? Remembering why you ran out of the classroom, you asked her about what happened earlier in the day. Also, this is weird. Wait, I thought we didn't have her bag? We had her bag in that conversation, you know, when we were talking to classmate from class 3, but then we didn't have her bag when we first talked to Takamura. I guess we're supposed to talk to Takamura first, I guess. There's a freaking order to this, I didn't know. Remember why you were out of the classroom, you asked her about what happened earlier in the day. For the record, I did try to wake you up. What was I supposed to do? I had calligraphy and Mimi had art. Still, you could have been late with me. You take music, right? We all end up in different rooms anyway. That's not fair. I'm no good at calligraphy or art. Too messy. Speaking of, I heard music's super laid back. Chica said so. Yeah. You join a club to learn an instrument, so in music class, you don't even need a textbook. Actually, you don't even need anything at all. So what do you even do? We just watch movies and shows. We spend 2 hours watching then sing along to soundtracks. That's kindergarten level. Exactly. I always tell Chica we should write our resumes that we only made it to kindergarten. Okay. Is that music class? I took music class in high school. You know? We didn't like sit around and just watch movies. We played an extra instrument. And also music theory. Yeah, I learned like every good boy deserves fudge. A face G or whatever. Like face. And then you add the G later. And like I learned treble and bass, you know? It's like the bass one's slightly different. Like good boy deserves fudge always or something like that. I don't know, anyway. Alright, anything else? Something like that. Okay, I think that's it. That's it for conversation, so I leave now. You NPCs bore me. After a certain point, you just start repeating the same lines over and over again. That's weird. I'm gonna leave now. I'm hanging out with Chica and the others later, so I'll split off at the station. Okay. Wait, so unfair, says the girl who just forgot both her bag and me and ran off somewhere. Still unfair. What were you even doing? Huh? You actually want to know? Save it for some other time. Oh, come on! Beep. Yeah, I mean, the side story gameplay is actually a little bit more interesting, actually, because we are actually moving from school and moving to her house, at least. I mean, I guess there's only really 2 changes in backgrounds, but, you know, it's slightly more interesting. I wish the main gameplay had that as well, you know, where we can actually, like, switch the background. I mean, I don't know how it would work, because technically the whole thing is that she's stuck in the apartment or whatever, but, like, I don't know. Maybe, like a daytime, you know, daytime background and like a nighttime background, you know, because we did have that, but we didn't get to explore, you know, nighttime necessarily. I wish we had like more things to do, you know, in the main gameplay. Anyway, we have more messages. Instagram. We have this guy with a friggin' crying emoji. You know, who's this guy? Who's this guy again? I don't recognize that person. Like one of the people here is it Akane maybe? It looks most like Akane. And then this. He just makes a funny face again. Is it when he ate the chocolate or something? Can I show this to Takemura in the group? I was expecting that. Okay. I guess it's very bitter chocolate. I think. Unless he's just making a funny face. I don't know. Even after watching dramas, eating dinner, or taking a bath, what kept coming back to you was that midday daydream. Him. You were born the star of the class and mom and dad's little princess. In your life, he was supposed to be someone who would never stand in the spotlight. Supposed to be. Even when he helped you, it wasn't as if any of the light shining on you would be shared with him, and yet he helped you. The shock you felt that first time you really saw him, the moment something invisible suddenly came into focus, that shock spilled over without end, impossible to contain. You wanted to know more about him, talk to him more, feel that kindness from him one more time. I guess take advantage of his kindness, you know, basically. But you thought maybe it would be okay even if he never showed you kindness again. Even if it was just on a whim, that would still make it interesting. What you felt toward him was a careless, thoughtless kind of curiosity. It wasn't that you already liked him, it was that you were trying to make him, or make yourself like him. That was only natural. Falling for someone means that every day turns into entertainment. Love and good versus evil always find their way into every part of life. Entertainment is entertainment precisely because it can be as casual as a snack. And yet love alone was a form of entertainment worth staking your whole life on. The little highs and lows over nothing in particular add flavor and seasoning to life. Maybe you start liking him so you could find some fun and good fortune in your otherwise boring life. Okay. What a weirdly philosophical, like, monologue. Basically, she's falling in love with the idea of love and not actually falling in love, I guess. She's like, oh, this guy treated me nicer. You know, let's turn him into a boyfriend just because I can. Just for the thrill of it. Maybe, I don't know. Something like that. That is weird. I guess, well, no, there's not much to really actually interact with. It's just a dresser in the bed. I'm assuming just this. A lot of little, like, headbands, I guess. Was she a cosplayer? You sit down from the dresser. I want a new lip balm. One of your favorites is just about to run out. The cap is smooth and shiny like a seashell, and the handle is a gentle mint green. Best of all, the stick itself is shaped like a cat. It's cute, easy to use, and no doubt one of your favorites. Shaped like a cat? How's that work? I feel like the more you use it, isn't it like run down and like it's kind of like a weird like amalgamation of like a distorted cat face? I don't know. But now we use it so much that a big groove has formed between its two ears. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Now it's not a cat anymore, it's a nightmare beast. Okay, well, literally exactly what I was saying. You know, it just doesn't make sense. You can't, like, any kind of like lip balm or whatever. It doesn't make sense if it's some kind of like funny shape because it's just gonna get ruined. You finish getting ready. Time to sleep, or maybe I should curl my hair. Nah, forget it. What if I mess it up? Okay. Anything else? I guess that's it. We just go to bed. Unlock your phone. The newly updated reel that pops up features your favorite idol posting another selfie video. A bright smile, clear, confident eyes. He doesn't look like anything like him. Probably. He's just so tall. I can barely see his face from my height. Before you realize it, you've fallen asleep, still clutching your phone. Right. This prologue feels long. I don't know, is it just me? It's just very long, it feels like. It's June. Outside the window, heavy raindrops drum against the ground. Classes on rainy days are the worst. Your hair goes flat, you get sleepy, and nothing good ever happens. Half the class has already given up and slumped over their desks. While glancing at the fallen students around you, you fix your eyes on his back. He looks like he's actually paying attention. Since that day, you've been finding excuses to talk to him whenever you can. Or finding excuses to talk to him whenever you can. If someone asks whether those talks ever went anywhere, well, the answer will be a clear no. But he's never ignored you either. Feeling mischievous, you slowly reach forward and slip your hand into his pocket to grab his phone. Of course, it's locked, but that doesn't matter. You press the power button twice to open the camera. Okay. What, he's pickpocketing? What is she, a rogue? Then you motion for Akane to come over. He grins and flashes you a perfect thumbs up. You cover the speaker hole with your sleeve, ready to go. The two of you, perfectly in sync only for moments like this, struck your best poses as snap a selfie on his phone. I'm totally setting this as his wallpaper. That's evil. She has a different style, you know? Even though it's during class, you and Akane managed to pull off your prank quietly and slip his phone back into his pocket. I guess, by the way, they put the thumb on the speaker hole because to mute the camera, you know, sound. Which I think in Japan is like you can't turn that off as far as I know, right? Like a thing, you know, like, you know, because I don't know. It's like you don't want like people taking pictures without consent, I guess, or something. The whole thing, but that's why the camera like shutter sound, you can't actually turn it off. Usually by default anyway, on like Japanese phones or something like that. At least that's from what I've read somewhere a while ago, which I don't know the source, so I don't know. Maybe I'm making this up. I don't know, but that's what I've heard. Anyway, he slipped the phone back in his pocket. Oh no, he noticed. How did this even happen? This was you, wasn't it? You caught me. Too funny. Wait, you took my phone? I just changed your wallpaper a little, that's all. When did you even... Can I change it back now? Aw, leave it, it's funny. I'm changing it back. You look so flustered, and it was honestly kind of funny. And he always forgives you in the end, you know? I feel like this could be interpreted as the bullying that he mentioned, you know? Like, this woman always bullies me every day. You know, I live a miserable life. You and Akane grin at each other, celebrating your prank success, then get up to get ready for the next class. Homeroom finally ends. Akimura, me, let's go home. Oh, sorry, I've got a committee meeting today, so I might not be able to go with you. What? Then quit your committee. I can't do that. You could stay until it's over. I mean, that's fair. Takemari, you got work today? Nope. Great, then let's kill time in the classroom. What now? For one, I save again, even though, like, this is like literally a kinetic novel, you know, like there's no choices to make, but I save anyway, just in case. You know, I gotta make sure, even in a linear kinetic story game or whatever, gotta make sure to make saves, otherwise the game will crash or something, and then you don't have your save, you know? It does have auto saves though, but still, just in case. You know, I do have plans too, but fine, whatever. You always say that. But you still hang out with me anyway. You're the one who's always running off doing whatever you want. Yeah, but that way you get to go to all sorts of places too. Or that way you get to go to all sorts of places too. You really are something else. Oh yeah, what were your plans anyway? Well, I just want to do a bit of shopping, then go home. What? Then let's all go together. I kinda wanted to take my time alone. Not that you get it. Why not? Going alone's boring. Okay. The seats are empty. Looks like both Meow and Aihara are off today too. Those two probably just ditched school again to hang out somewhere. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like those two are like set up to be a couple. I feel like, you know, they're just making out somewhere. We opened Dogstagram out of habit, but neither Meow nor Aihara even uses Dogstagram, so it's kinda pointless. Fine then, I'll just message you on Rhine. It feels like a waste to go to school since I only just got better. What? That's so unfair. Do we see that on the Rhine, or is that the old one? Well, let's talk to him. H-I-M, him. His desk. Not a single doodle on it. To you, that's almost impossible to imagine. Your own desk is covered in stickers, not to mention the graffiti. Okay, well, are we talking to him or is he not here? The inside of his desk is completely empty. He must take his textbooks home every day. You, of course, leave your stuff in your locker. Okay. I guess that's it. I guess he's not actually here. We're just looking at his desk. You know, we're just snooping around his desk for some reason. Bringing, like, you know, what do you call it? I was gonna say, like, a creep, I guess? You know? I don't know, it's not, like, super creepy level, I guess, but, you know. It's like taking his phone, you know, she's just a bully, you know? From a different perspective, she's just a bully. He needs to report her to the teachers, you know? Like, this little girl is bullying me. Send her to detention. You waste time in the classroom, idly scrolling through your phone, and your phone buzzes. Oh, Mimi says the committee meeting's over. Should we go pick her up? She already dropped the key off at the staff room. She said to wait here. Lucky us, didn't feel like climbing stairs anyway. Yeah, no need to make the round trip. The library's on the 5th floor, the staff room's on the 2nd, your classroom is on the 1st. Going to pick her up would mean a lot of walking back and forth. Okay, no, I don't know. There's a way to explain all this. Unless we do explore the school for some reason. Appreciating her thoughtfulness, you decide to wait in the classroom. This school's classroom layout makes 0 sense. Well, second years have the fewest students and it can't be helped. Doesn't matter, it's still annoying. Sorry to keep you waiting. Welcome back. Wait, why is Kimmy with you? We're on the same committee. Yeah. Do you talk with him often? Actually, we picked the same elective, music. That's technically true. They expect him to be this easygoing. What's this mysterious combo chatting about? Whoa, you're tall. How tall are you? Calm down, you. As you're chatting, Akane suddenly pops up beside you and joins in. You and your friends practically rule the classroom, so it's only natural that a friend of a friend can join the conversation too. You rule the classroom. Everyone else is I don't know, what do you call it? Everyone else is like a subordinate, I guess, or something. I don't know, I'm trying to think of a word for like a kingdom, you know, ruling its citizens or something. Everyone else is a peasant, I guess. Everyone is a peasant. We rule this classroom. Gyan shows up a moment later and sits nearby. Oh, I'm curious too. How tall are you? Oh wait, let me guess. 189.99. Why wouldn't you just say 190? Close enough, I guess. Close enough, huh? 189.99999. No, that's just desperate. So what's your actual height? You smile as you look at him. Or rather, look up at him. He meets your eyes with a slightly troubled expression. 190? No, rather than that, What is it? I've got plans after this, but you all look like you're having fun, so it's kinda hard to say so. No way, he's too nice. Then let's all go home together. Yeah, I've been keeping everyone waiting long enough, let's go. No, well... Come on, it'd be weird if we split up now, let's all go. And while we're at it, let's take a picture. Let's post it on Dogstagram as a weird lineup. For sure, even if it's the last day on Earth. That's dramatic. What now? Brr, okay. They're doing weird poses. Like, I guess here's the real picture. And he's just like, over here, like that. Today's photo! Thank you. Kimmy. Kimmy? Kimmy's the guy, right? The guy's name. He just says, thank you. Arigato gozaimasu. Says Kimmy. But her first name's also Kimmy, though. Isn't that confusing? Kimi Anata. She really is supposed to be a self-insert, I guess? I don't know, but she's too quirky to be a self-insert, I feel like. I don't know. She really is her own character, though, so I don't know if she would work as a self-insert. Ironically, like, he's supposed to be a self-insert, right? A boring guy that's nice, you know? That's, like, very ambiguous and vague. I feel like that would work as a that's usually what a self-insert character would be like, you know? Literally, it's, like, super passive and doesn't have any opinions about anything. And incredibly boring, you know? That's what a self-insert is supposed to be like. Anyway, dresser? You sit down from the dresser. You're in such a good mood today, you feel like you could hug just about anyone. Right up in the moment, everyone ended up taking a picture together. The weather may have been gloomy, but everyone's smiles are so bright they seem to outshine the rain. Everyone except for one person. Riding that same wave of energy, you finally got his contact info. You proudly scroll through his profile still using the default icon. His phone is so old-fashioned, he didn't even have Ryan installed, so you went ahead and set it up for him yourself. You remember the smug satisfaction of feeling like you just introduced him to civilization. Smiling at the memory, you turn toward the mirror and smile again. That smile? Look at smile at me. You finish getting ready. Wow. Alright, time to sleep for real. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's it, I guess. So go to sleep. You can't take your eyes off his half-hidden face on the screen. For some reason, you're completely absorbed. Yes, the freaking, like, handsome, like, K-pop idol or whatever has been completely replaced by this other guy. The photo you're staring at is the one everyone took together today. In the back row, he's barely in frame, looking a little uncomfortable. You love that uneasy look of his. That much you're sure of. It's funny. Okay, it's funny. It's funny how he's socially awkward and doesn't really, like, you know, that doesn't really feel like part of the group. Haha, it's so funny. And somehow you can't stop looking at him. He's got longer lashes than you expected. You can feel it. You're starting to like him. Yes, you're forcing these feelings to happen, I guess. And liking more things just makes life more fun. The more the better. Ever greedy and carefree, he seems the perfect new source of entertainment. A classmate, a boy who's caught your attention. I'm so glad I managed to get his ride info in all the chaos. You know, I feel like if the I don't know. So I think we established that she's a borderline stalker. Maybe, I don't know. I was gonna say, like, if she's like if the genders were reversed, this would be way more creepy, isn't it? You know, like it's the age-old thing where like a guy like stalks like some girl's like Facebook profile or something, you know. But like it's fine because she's a girl. It's fine. She's just cute. Hey. Anyway, you had been able to come up with anything clever to say. You probably would have turned down, or you probably would have been turned down if you asked directly, and you were afraid of that. So instead, you manipulate him. I mean, so instead you drag everyone and made it look like an accident. Because getting hurt is the last thing you want. You went with the sly, pathetic, least painful option. Really telling someone how you feel always means laying your heart bare for them to see. It's what people do when they wish for something. Were you always this uncertain of yourself? You start to feel a little embarrassed, burying your face in the pillow. At some point, you drift off to sleep, still holding your phone in your hand. Great. You know? This might sound like sexist, but like... It is true though, you know? It is true that if a woman is creepy, she is forgiven. Well, not completely forgiven. I mean, I guess it depends. Like, it depends if it's real life or not, I guess. But in fiction, anyway, at the very least in fiction, if it's a cute anime girl being creepy, that's based, you know? When a guy does it, it's weird. And like, I don't know. It's just how it feels. I feel that, I don't know if it should be true, but like, I feel like it is true though. Like when it's a cute anime girl, it's like, it's just not as creepy, you know? Or like, it is, but like, it's just more forgivable. I don't know. It's like gender dynamics. I don't know. Something about that, I guess. Because, I don't know, it's hard to explain why exactly, but it's just kind of like how I feel like we're socialized, you know, to like see the different genders, you know? Like, a woman is usually more like submissive, and like a guy is more dominant, usually, not always, but like, you know, that's kind of like the typical like thinking of like everything, you know, especially in Western culture, but I guess in, you know, in anime as well. So again, like when a guy's being creepy, you know, it's like, in a way, I don't know, it's a weird way to explain it, but like, in a way, it's an abuse of their like role, I guess. They're like abuse of power dynamics. When it's a girl doing it, you know, I said before, like when a girl is like being creepy, or like, again, especially like a cute anime girl anyway, is being creepy, or like she's committing war crimes or something, like she's literally Hitler, you know. I don't know, it's just seen as like, oh, you know, she's harmless, you know, as she's like stabbing a bunch of people. Don't worry about it, it's cute. It's like a little puppy, you know? It's like the difference between like a big dog and like a little puppy, you know? When a big dog is barking at you, that's kind of scary, right? But when like a little puppy, you know, is trying to like murder you, it's like, oh, that's so cute, you know? As you die from rabies, you know? It's like, it's so funny, so cute. You know? That's the difference, I feel, right? It's this weird like metaphor, but like, it really does feel like that, you know? It really feels like the way the appearances, you know, are like seen, I guess, or I don't know what the word is, but like the way a character looks, you know, really kind of like establishes your how you feel about their actions, I guess, you know, which in a way might not be fair, but like, I don't know. I don't know, it's just how I feel. Anyway, it's July. You gaze up at the summer sky, bright and heavy clouds drift lazily overhead. Since then, he, and your friends have started talking a bit more. His seat is, well, in the perfect spot. Right between yours, Gan's, and Takemura's. So naturally, whenever everyone gathers, and ends up around his desk. Maybe it's because he's the type who always listens when spoken to. He never gets mad, even though he probably internally gets incredibly, like, frustrated and upset. He just never shows it. No, he never gets mad even when you tease him. He's kind, funny, and forgiving. It'd be impossible for anyone not to like him and take advantage and exploit his, you know, people-pleasing tendencies. You're not even a good listener yourself, but every time more people gather around him, you can't help feeling proud. You used to think he was boring. But no matter how careless your words, he always takes them seriously and answers earnestly. The more you get to know him, the more you realize how kind, mature, and forgiving he is. You know, they keep repeating those words, kind and forgiving, and that's it. People who can do that, or people who can do what you can't, are amazing. You know, so many things you don't. Before you knew it, you'd grown to love talking with him. But lately, you can't stop wondering, what does he feel about you? After all, you only got close because he seemed interesting. You didn't care if you annoyed him back then. In fact, you found it fun to watch him get flustered. And him forgiving you in the end, it always made you feel at ease. Again, oh, new clothes again. I like this style. I I think we've gone pretty close. I mean, out of everyone in class, I definitely talk to him the most. Again, this is when she gets parasocial. Because I feel like she's the only way that feels this way. Because to him, it feels like he's being bullied the whole time. Everyone's ganging up on him. You know. Even so, the only time he talks to you first is when he's passing along a handout. Whenever the two of you chat, it's always you who starts the conversation. When you do talk, it feels like you're really friends. But the fact that he never takes a step closer on his own somehow makes him all the more endearing. You just can't look away. If he ever said he didn't like me at all, I might actually die. But I guess, you know, this is like really ironic foreshadowing, you know? Except that she did die already, you know? You have no idea how you ever get him to say something like that. Your head is just full of impossible daydreams. In reality, even when you invite him out, he always says he's got work or something to do at home. No matter what you invite him to do, he never says yes. But today's different. It's finally after school, the moment you've been waiting for. Today you're going to get him to promise to hang out with you. Not a sudden weekend invite this time, you'll tell him the date way in advance, so he's sure to come. There's a fireworks festival next month during summer break. Ah yes, we know about this. If it's that far ahead, he'll definitely be able to come. You hope? Except his mother's like, no, you're not allowed to go on a date. You're not allowed to go on a date with this hussy. You know, you're not allowed to have a girlfriend. Disgusting. You haven't even made plans yet, and you're already thinking about the yukata you'll wear. What now? I talk to myself. Meowsy has been empty for a while now. Might she have to repeat the year? You vaguely remember Mimimi saying she'd seen her at the hospital the other day. Hopefully it's nothing serious. It would be really like dark if like Meowsy just fucking died, you know, in the background. If it were, she would at least send a message, so it must be nothing to worry about. As you glance at Meow's empty desk, you find yourself thinking about something unseen. Influence, maybe. You always like people with presence. People with presence are usually interesting. Mimimi probably thinks if she doesn't come to school every day, her friends will forget about her. But Meow, who barely shows up, somehow still talks to everyone like she was there just yesterday. You know Takemura doesn't really like that about her. You can't quite put that influence into words. It's called aura, you know, it's called Riz. But you can feel it just a little. Even Meow, who's rarely around, can't escape that invisible influence. But Kimmy, he seems completely unaffected by the social hierarchy. Of course, that isn't really the case, but that's how it looks like to you. You don't like talking to people you dislike, and you'd rather skip work whenever you can. But he doesn't see things in terms of his preferences. You never try to imitate him, but there's something about his sincerity, something subtle about his mannerisms, that made him speak to you that day. Okay, something? Okay. Is it just me, or is it... I don't know. I don't think it's the case. I think it's really just Japanese culture, really. And expectations. But like... Kimmy, I guess, the guy, comes across as a little autistic, to be honest. Maybe I'm projecting, but like, that's how it feels, right? Like, he doesn't really follow the social norms, or at least the hidden social norms anyway, the unspoken social norms of the classroom. He takes things very straightforward, you know, and he's like, I don't know, like, he's generally polite, but like, he doesn't really, you know, he doesn't really like get to know people on a personal level, and like, he like, I guess, what's the word? Like, he's a listener as well. Like, he doesn't really speak a lot, he just listens for the most part. Like, again, socially awkward, you know, it's like, I don't know. These are all kind of like traits of, I feel like, of being on the spectrum. But I don't know. Maybe, again, I'm just projecting. Here, by the way. What did I want to do? Oh yeah, I want to save this one. I don't know, but then again, autism does like, I mean, again, it's a spectrum for one. So like, the degree of it is like different. And also like, it, I guess, manifests in people in different ways. So it's not necessarily, you know, it doesn't literally mean he's autistic, you know, it's just something I noticed, you know? Like all these things about like, you know, being honest and, you know, being like, again, being a good listener and like stuff like that. It's like, and being a little socially awkward. Like, I don't know. It's funny. She's saying these as if it's like a special personality, but again, these are just traits of autism. Anyway, hey, guess what? Oh, you're wearing lip gloss, a new one. Yeah, it's the one you recommended to me. She smiles softly, her lips coated of a glossy apricot pink. Mimi always follows the school rules to the letter, so she only wears tinted lip gloss after classes are over. Just like you predicted, the warm tone suits her perfectly. Her soft, full lips framed neatly and shining gently. You love that about her, how she always tries the things you recommend right away. It's so easy to manipulate people. I don't know. It's like, I like how I can manipulate people. I can just tell them to do things and they do it. I knew it would look good on you. Warm colors suit you so well. Yeah, I was surprised too. I've never chosen something this bright myself. Guess I'm on my way to becoming a makeup artist. Right. Back when you first met Mimi, she was much quieter and kept to herself. Nothing like the smiling girl she is now. Honestly, you even used to think she was kind of bored. You know, a lot of similarities with the guy you fell in love with, you know? Why can't you just be gay then in that case, you know? Just fall in love with Mimi? That'd be more interesting. No, but she always ends up liking the things you like. When it comes to talking about your interests, Mimi might be the one who understands you the best. You find yourself thinking maybe you just like kind people, you know? Maybe you should like consider a polycule. No, but then again, most people like kind people. Oh yeah, since there's no committee meeting today, wanna walk home together? Is that yes or a no? There's someone I want to invite out, so you go on ahead. You're so honest. Hey, you only live once. When you're dead, it's all over, right? Again, more foreshadowing. That's so dramatic. But yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, next time then. Sorry, thanks. By the way, do you still struggle hanging out with guys? It's not like something happened. I just kinda do, I guess. Honestly, I'm not that great at talking to people in general. I see, but wouldn't a double date be fun? You really do get ahead of yourself sometimes. It's fine, as long as you're happy, that's enough for me. Hey, you've gotta be my best friend for life. Now I'm like, wait a minute, I'm suspicious now. The thing about like not liking boys and like how like you're best friends and like how she does everything that you like, you know. Now I'm suspicious that she's gay. Is this Yuri baiting? I feel like this is Yuri baiting. The truest tragedy, you know, doomed Yuri. She fell in love with this random guy that's exactly the same personality, really. Instead of her, you know? That's the true tragedy here. Anyway, anything else? I think that's it. Back when you first met me, yeah, I guess we go. Unless there's any, unless I've always been missing some other like interaction point, but I think we just go now. He's stuffing his textbooks into his bag. If you don't say something now, he's gonna leave. Did you ask him to hang out? What if I said no? You know, what if I said no? Wait a minute. Daga kotowaru. Oh man, it just cancels it. Okay, never mind. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, I guess we say yes. I thought we would unlock the hidden Yuri route. Hey, we get a summer break, right? We do, don't we? It's summer vacation. Well, yeah, it's called summer vacation for a reason. Yes, August 25th. Keep that day open, please. If possible, all the other days too. Wait, that's too sudden. Thanks for always inviting me, but I never know when I'll have work, so... or when I need to help out at home. Right, yeah, that's true. So, I'll let you know once I know for sure. No way, for real? What are you so surprised about? Yay! I really don't know what my schedule will be, so I can't make any promises. Sorry. Still, I really want to see what you normally wear. It's not that exciting, honestly. I mean, I do think you're really interesting, but I've got no expectations or anything. Anyway, I'm holding you to it. Come on, let's walk to the station together. As he adjusts the strap of his backpack, you instinctively shift your own bag onto your shoulder. When he says no, he means no, so this must be his silent way of saying yes. Okay. No means no, but sometimes means yes. Without a word, you follow him out into the hallway. The faint scent of disinfectant drifts through the air. This indescribable atmosphere will probably linger until summer finally ends. Once you stop talking, the school itself seems to come alive, a chorus of sounds filling your ears. Distant laughter, the squeak of shoes on the floor, the low gurgle of water running through a pipe somewhere. Wanna stop somewhere on the way? Station front? You like it when little by little the words you and someone else use start to sound alike. It makes you feel like spending time together has brought your minds a little closer, like you understand each other with few words and you become part of like a hive mind. I mean, what? That's exactly what this moment feels like now, and realizing he was thinking the same thing as you makes you quietly happy. Right from the station, there's been an old candy shop since the school was built. It has a real name, but everyone just calls it Station Front because it's in front of the station, even the teachers. Station Front is cheap. The old lady who runs it is kind, and there probably isn't a single student who doesn't like the place. Just for a little bit. Yeah, just a little. Outside the school gates, the air feels just as heavy. Not really any cooler than inside. He probably feels the same, though unlike you, he doesn't complain. As your mood lifts, the gaps between the trees flashing with evening sunlight, orange streaks scattering across your vision. You always thought that sudden dazzling sunlight looked like a laser beam. A little daydream you carry with you since childhood. If you look straight at it, it will burn your eyes. But you turn sideways, hoping to see his face rather than a laser beam. Laser beam! Optic blast! And so you see a cat. A cat! There's a cat. Perched on the building next to the station front sits a chunky, scruffy-looking cat. Has a rather intimidating glare. The grumpy expression only makes it cuter. It doesn't wear a collar, but the fact that it doesn't run away when you crouch down suggests it's probably well loved by the students and locals around here. So cute. That cat looks kind of fierce. Oh, let's take a picture. You're always taking pictures. Yeah, but it's fun to look back at them, right? Albums. I've never really made one, so I wouldn't know. Is that so? You slip your hand into his pocket like you've done before and pull out his phone. Hey, wait. I'd rather run it through an app first, but oh well. The shutter sound goes off and a single unfiltered photo is born. The grumpy-looking cat somehow looks even grumpier now, and his tall shadow stretches completely across the frame. It's nowhere near aesthetic, closer to awkward and uncool. It's not great. But still, it's a not great memory. Here. That's my phone, you know. If you send it to me later, then it'll be mine too, right? No, it won't. Yes, it will. Send it. It will? As you stand up, a laser beam of sunlight burns your cheek. And then she melts. And then you melt like a vampire. No. But you didn't even notice. You couldn't take your eyes off him. Every word, every gesture of his... Every word, every gesture of his holds your full attention. You comment on how high in calories he is, but he has no idea what you're talking about. What? What do you mean he's high in calories? High in calories? Like he's so sweet, I guess? Like candy? Is that what it means? Is that what she means? Huh? Dogstagram. Out. With a bunch of filters, I guess. Yeah, I guess in Instagram you have to put a bunch of filters. This is a real picture though, very gray. Thanks! Thanks. You're welcome. You're welcome doesn't sound quite right though. I'm right anyway. Why so confident? Okay. Let's look back. Let's see. Well, it's been about 2 hours already. I feel like we're getting close to the ending of this prologue, but I need to go to the washroom, so I'll probably go take a quick break. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, this prologue feels long. And how long is the epilogue? You know, I thought this was a short game. No? I don't know. Alright, well, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quick break. I could leave it as this song, but I don't know, for some reason I want to, like, not just play the game song. It's gonna loop, like, forever, so I'd rather just play Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, you know, OST again. It did go through a whole bunch already, though. I don't know. Whatever. I'll just leave it here. You know what? Actually, to relax. There was another one. What was it? It was a compilation. Or like, so you call it a compilation? I forget what you call it. Is it an arrangement? That's not the right word. It's this one. Avarice and Chill, I guess. Final Fantasy Tactics, which I did play, but also includes Vagrant Story. I think I tried that actually. I never really I tried like a little bit of it, but I never really got into it. I don't know. It's like another there's this whole thing where like there's a whole Final Fantasy like universe, I guess, that takes place in the same universe or setting, but like it's like split off. Like they're not really direct sequels. They just take place in the same setting, and that's Avarice or whatever. How you pronounce it? Avarice. But also Final Fantasy. What's this one? Final Fantasy. I can't read Roman numerals. 12. I want to say, is that Final Fantasy 12? I don't know. Yeah, 12. I never played 12. I've heard of it. I remember as a kid actually. I saw on TV. There's like a trailer for it. And it was this whole thing where it's like, oh, so cool. It's like a action game, action RPG where you actually walk around, and then you can swing your sword. It's not like turn based. Well, it is turn based, but you can walk around. I think is that what it was? Something like that. But I never played it though. I don't know. Anyway, I'll just play this, even though I probably won't recognize most of the songs. That's fine. All right, anyway, but I'm going to take a quick break before I continue playing the Decollate Decoration prologue, and hopefully we'll have enough time to finish the epilogue too. I guess we'll see. BRB.
Met de kracht van de natuur. Holland en Barrett. De natuur heeft alles om je brein gezond te houden. Dus denk aan je brein met de mentale focuspil van Luco Vitaal. Nu 1+1 gratis bij Holland en Barrett.
Wat als je een volledige bank in je broekzak had? Waarmee je eenvoudig wereldwijd betaalt, valuta's wisselt, vermogen opbouwt en grip houdt op je uitgaven. Ontdek wat er mogelijk is. Revolut.
Rose is building her name in society. George builds gazebos.
He builds.
What the heck? Was it playing the whole time? Hold on. Random German ads, yeah. I think it's because, well, I'm from Netherlands, I guess. The VPN's for me in Netherlands. Did I just not turn on my ad block, I guess? Is that why? I didn't even know there were ads. Ah. That's annoying. Just for a little bit. Did not intend to play German ads, I guess. And this is why I hate ads. Usually, well, the thing is, usually ads are they're shown, you know, on the video as like yellow. Usually it's like little yellow marks, I guess, little yellow markers. I don't know why it's playing ads there. I don't see any yellow markers from before. Oh well. Why you gonna turn on your ad block? Even though I feel like YouTube would not like me, Google would not like me saying, you know, or encouraging people to have ad block, but like, I mean, friggin' ads are annoying, okay? Stop advertising at me, corporations. Stop it. If you're gonna advertise at me, advertise me things like an interesting video game that I'll play on stream or something, you know? That's the real inefficiency of capitalism, you know? They keep trying to make you buy things you don't really need. What if what if capitalism actually worked and they just gave you, you know, if you just advertised you things you do need? But it doesn't work that way, you know? It just doesn't work that way. It's like YouTube recommendations as well, you know, the homepage and everything, just recommend you stuff. Like, it doesn't work, you know? It just doesn't. Alright. Let's continue. What are we doing? We're looking at our mirror, I guess. Mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? Today has been amazing. If someone could peek inside your head right now, it would probably just say, fun, 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 fun. That's how happy you feel. We didn't end up going to station front after all, but that didn't matter. It'd only have been an excuse to spend a little more time with him. They say Japan has 8 million deities. Does it? That's a lot. But next time you're making an offering, you'll think you'll give it to a cat deity instead. Amazing. Anyway, when you look in the mirror, your hair seems to have gotten pretty long. Maybe it's about time for a cut. Summer's coming. Again, the art is good, by the way. Especially when it's like the main character, you know? So many different like hairstyles and clothes, you know? just for like short, like what's the word? Like just for short sequences, really. A lot of effort is done for that. Time to go to bed. You crawl out of the covers and unlock your phone. And that's when you realize you haven't checked the social media of your favorite idol in a while. Who cares about that guy? I don't want to be parasocial for that guy. I'll be parasocial with someone in my classic instead, I guess. That's what she's doing anyway. Even after all this time, he's still as cool as ever. And your love for him hasn't faded one bit. And yet, you hadn't been keeping up with his updates at all. You used to be so obsessed. It's strange how people change, you know? So some kind of, again, irony or foreshadowing. Well, I've been busy lately. Yeah, busy. Caught up in a whole different kind of love. Totally absorbed by it. It's like loving sushi and cake and steak. What's wrong with loving them all? Your love for each hasn't changed. I was just thinking about like sushi, cake, and steak. Like, do you have them all at once? You know, it's kind of it'll be weird to eat all at once. A sushi and steak? I mean, I never tried that, but like, I guess it wouldn't be bad. I mean, when you think about it, sushi is just fish and like rice and seaweed. It's like all, you know, It doesn't really like clash with steak. But of course, cake though, you know, cake is a dessert, so I don't know, that doesn't fit, obviously. You cover yourself with this little excuse as if trying to justify cheating. NTR? You know, as it turns out, this was NTR this whole time. It's like, you know, it's like you're cheating on your favorite VTuber Oshi or something, I don't know. The night it never even crosses your mind that your cake and someone else's cake might not be the same thing. You simply believe that cake, by being cake, is wonderful in itself. And as you think that you hope to be someone's cake someday, what do you mean? Morty! I've turned myself into a cake, Morty! I'm Cake Rick! No, before you realize it, you've fallen asleep, still clutching your phone. Oh no, I can't do voice impressions. I was just thinking like she turned herself. I turned myself into a cake. Look, Kimmy, I turned myself into a cake. I'm Cake Anata. It'll be a different kind of game, you know. Instead of her turning into a ghost, she turns into a cake. Once the day's over, summer break begins. The classroom is already in high spirits, and maybe the teacher picked up on that. Because class today is nothing more than an explanation about summer break in a single handout. If we finish the worksheet during class, we're free to chat. And if we don't, the teacher says we could just turn it in by the start of second term. In other words, if you just decide to make it homework from the start, you could talk the whole time and then fail all your other classes. But alright. Most of the classes already stuffed their worksheets into their bags. You shove yours in too, then reach for his. You done already? I just wrote my name. You know, it's more efficient to do it at home. Well, actually, he can't do it at home because his mother is at home, and then his mother is gonna make him do other things and distract him from doing work, or from doing homework, you know? There she goes again. Wouldn't it be more efficient to do it at school? That's absolutely true, but still, I'm slacking off too. Anyway, which beach are we going to? Can I have that back, please? She'd do it for you. But Akane starts talking, Yan leans in too. No way, I'm giving it back. Your little act of mischief lasts just over 129 seconds. He turns his body toward the group, pencil in hand. Looks like he's planning to finish the worksheet while listening to everyone. How skilled of him. You're not usually like this. You just want to hear his answer about hanging out together. You stare at your phone night after night, but can't find the courage to ask on Ryan, so you decide to ask him directly the next day. But then you realize you can only ask when no one's around. You can't do it in front of anyone, and so the cycle repeats itself. Every day you tease him just a little, then stop short, and before you know it, it's the last day before summer break. Because what if he said no? You lost plenty of the little battles already, but you never done anything just out of habit. You're always serious. That's why you always end up a little bit bloodied. Even if you did it 1,000 times over, you'd still be scared of getting hurt. Everyone's chatting about what they want to do over summer break. You have plenty of things you'd like to do too, but none of that matters now. You don't want things to fade away softly. You brace yourself, ready to get messy. Today's the day. But no, now's not the time. I'll ask after class, after school for sure. Or so you thought. But as soon as homeroom ends, Kobo-sensei calls you over and you have to head to the staff room. Because you'd be late so much, you miss picking up part of your summer homework. You secretly hope you could get away with it and have less work to do, but how naive you were. It was clearly your own fault, yet you still got a long, exhausting lecture. When you finally made it back, not only was he gone, so was the rest of class. A bead of sweat slid down your spine. Alright, school closes early today. They're locking up soon. You bolt out of the room. Everyone's probably at their shoe lockers, but he's the type who goes straight home. Who cares about making plans to hang out later? If you won't see him for a while, you can't just let it end without saying bye. Your bags are probably a total mess by now, but still, seeing him is more important. The moment you burst into the hallway, you hear a familiar voice. It felt like everyone had just left the classroom a second ago. You slow your pace as you watch their backs fade away. Then you come to a stop. In the distance, you see him from the side, a view you hardly ever get when he's close, surrounded by everyone, smiling. His eyes narrow gently, calm and warm. even though you're not there. You're the one who always thought that the more things you love, the better. You're the one who felt proud every time more people gathered around him. You know, you thought this polycule would work between the cake, steak, and sushi, but as it turns out, you know, as it often happens for some reason, because I always hear it online, is that, you know, when people introduce multiple partners in a relationship, it gets very messy, you know, anyway. I wouldn't know firsthand, but, you know, I just hear that a lot on the internet. That, you know, for some reason, there's always some kind of drama because, like, you know, they were part of a polycule or something, you know. But what about you now? The contradiction and loneliness feel like they're about to tear you apart. For a moment, you want to disappear. The confidence you are starting to regain deflates faster and faster. He really is a good friend. And now he's become that kind of good friend to everyone else, too. You have no idea how to fit into that anymore. You like him. You love your friends. So why does it hurt so much? When's the festival again? The fireworks festival? The 25th, I think. I already promised the volleyball group, so I'll have to pass. Usually this is when you shout, "Sorry to keep you waiting," and jump right in. But no one notices you when you don't say a word. Why don't we just all go together? Like as a big group? Yeah. Why not just invite whoever? We're probably running into each other anyway. You should come too, Kimi. I want to see what you normally wear. I bet he wears stuff that looks like his uniform. White shirt, black pants. How do you even know that? You want to shout, "Wait"? You don't want to hear his answer. If he nods, it'd be like he's forgotten all about you. If he can't go with everyone else, then he probably can't go with you either. Thanks for inviting me. I'm afraid I'm already booked up. Still, we still might bump into each other. You cover your face with both hands, lean your back against the wall, and slowly slide down the floor. It feels like every vein in your body is tightening with a sharp squeak. Is it okay to hope? Could it be that even though he looks so happy with your friends, you're the one who matters more to him? But if you're wrong, this time you'll bleed out. Not just from your heart, but from your whole body. Your legs give out, and you can't find the strength to move. So dramatic. There's no way you can walk right now. On the last day of term, you didn't manage to say bye to your friends or to him. Finally got it in. This pouch is way too small. But if it were any bigger, it'll basically be a gym bag. Still, I did my best. It's cute. I'll send him a picture since I worked so hard. What do you think? Well, looks good, I think. Well, that was fast. How'd you post for a quick reply? Show me your yukata too. I don't have one. Wait, he doesn't have a yukata? No way! What should I do? I spent all this effort getting ready. It'll be weird if I'm the only one who's all dressed up. Sorry, should I have checked beforehand? You glance up at the clock. About 20 minutes left before you have to leave. You stare at the ticking second hand. Alright, guess I got no choice. No point backing out now. Move, move, move! Okay. I feel like I kind of skipped a little bit. I don't know. It feels kind of weird how we just skipped to this already, but like, I was kind of implied that, yeah, he said, I'm all booked up, as in, like, I already have a date with this random girl that asked me, like, several days before or whatever, technically. You know? But, like, I don't know. Is it, like, confirmed that he's going? I'm not sure. Dresser. You dump everything you neatly packed into your pouch, dig through your closet and pull out a dress. You shove things into your bag without caring if it bulges and dash out the door. Falling for someone sure is tough, but working hard for the sake of someone you like feels like a dream. It's wonderful. What will you say to the version of you who tried so hard for him? Your heart soars as you run out the door. Above your head, heavy clouds drift slowly by, and beyond them, the bright, brilliant blue of summer stretches wide. It's the funky music again. Okay, well, I mean, we know what happens. She runs off, he calls her and be like, actually, I can't go. And she's like, what the heck? She's very sad, but then she, you know, rushes to his house anyway. His mother is kind of like, what are you doing here, hussy? You know, and then pushes her, and then she fucking falls and fucking dies, you know? I wonder what the mother is. I don't know who is the mother. We don't even know anything about the mother. Like she's just like a background character. We literally don't see off screen. Does she not feel guilty that she fucking murdered someone? Like, but anyway, I murdered this fucking girl. Anyway, give me more supplements. You know, I need more supplements. You know, and that's all we know about his mother. I feel like. Anyway, I mean, we know what happens. I guess you already know. This is the true ending and everything. Music player. Only 5 songs. Do 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 do. They do use the same motif. Anyway, oh, and the music stops. Okay, so there you go. That's the prologue. Well, I don't know. I guess it reveals a little bit about the characters and everything. The friends are kind of like, I'll be honest, they don't really matter because they're like the side characters. I don't know. It does. I don't know how I feel about it because it definitely is like kind of like just a side story. Really, it's just. I mean, that's exactly what it is. But I don't know. I wish we saw more of the part. I'll be honest. I wish we saw more of the part when he told her that he was not going. You know, I wish we saw more of that and see her expression. You know what happened and exactly what happened between the exchange between the mother and her. That's what I was more interested in about. We didn't actually get to see that part, you know. I don't know. It's all right, I guess. There's a lot of features, like the little phone you can explore a little bit, and how like she fell in love with him, I guess. Even though like I felt, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a translation, but like it just felt like yeah, she was just being parasocial the whole time, though. You know, they weren't even together. You know, I thought they were like already boyfriend girlfriend, like they already started dating, but like they actually weren't even. So like, I don't know. She's so obsessed with this guy, but like you don't even know him that well. Anyway, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like I mean, I was gonna say like maybe that's the point, right? Maybe it's because she's so parasocial. Kind of like how she was so parasocial with that little idol that she was always obsessing over. She put that energy towards him instead. Maybe I don't know. But the moral of the story is just kind of like at the end they kind of get together anyway though. Alright, but after all that, we know what happens in the main game. She becomes a ghost, she haunts him, there's multiple endings, you know, either she freaking dies or the, well, what were the endings? So like, bad ending 1, she freaking gets destroyed by a random exorcist, by the way, like freaking Ghostbusters for some reason. Bad ending 2, she, I think, curses him enough that he does kill himself. I think the news implies that he does hang himself the same way as happy ending 1. But that just kills him, and then they just haunt the apartment forever. Normal ending, I think it's like she haunts him, and then he sees her, like he sees her haunting him and everything, but he doesn't really commit to like being with her, I guess. And it's like, see you later, you know, like I didn't really like you that much, but I'm not gonna say that because I'm trying to be polite, you know. And then she goes to heaven or whatever, you know, and she wonders why he knew that she already died or something, you know. And obviously we know that because he knows about the truth of her dying already. Happy ending 1, I think it's like she's more powerful, I guess, so she curses him even harder, you know, and he also kills himself. But like, I think it's like, I don't know what to be honest, bad ending 2 and happy ending 1 is like very similar though, so I'm not sure what the difference is exactly, but he does kill himself. I think it's because like he's so run down, you know. I think it's like, I think bad ending 2 is like he dies, I don't know, like he dies because he's like, what's the difference again? What was it? And I think bad ending 2, I think he dies without seeing you, right? Is that what it was? I think it was. Yeah. So bad ending 2, he dies without seeing you. So he only sees you after you, you know, after he dies. And happy ending 1, the difference is that, yeah, he sees you cursing him, so he knows where it's coming from, and then he kills himself, I guess. The only difference is like he knows where the curse was coming from, I guess, and now he's like stuck with her forever. And I believe the subtitle was like until like what was it, like hate or something, like hate till us part or something, or So I forget what it's called. Something about hate. There was a subtitle that involved hate, I guess. So again, that implied that even though it's the same ending, he knows why it happened, and it's not love, even though she sees it as such. It's actually hate. You know, he actually hates her so much that she's trapped him in this like scenario. But oh well, you know. I think in Happy Ending 2, Happy Ending 2 was a little bit like confusing for me. Maybe it's because of the translation, but I think Happy Ending 2, it's not very happy at all actually. You know, it's like a lie, because he like, at first he's like, oh, you know, I understand your feelings, and he grabs you and everything, but then you see a bunch of salt everywhere, so I can only assume he stabs you with a salt encrusted knife or something. I don't know, because the only reason this activates is if it's like very similar to Happy Ending 1, but he sees you mess with the salt in the kitchen, you know, the salt and the knife. So I can only assume he kills you as well. Like similar to Bad Ending 1, he freaking kills you by pretending to like you, you know? Like he backstabs you essentially. And of course, True Ending. True Ending is when you learn the truth. You learn that you actually died because his mother pushed you off, I guess. He became a ghost. And he's like, you didn't know that? You know, I thought you knew, you know, basically. And like, she learns the truth. And it's like, he says, I don't really like you that much, bro, you know, it's like, you're being very parasocial. And it's like, and she's like, damn, bro, you know, and then like, oh, well, anyway, I'm just gonna continue haunting you until you do like me. And it's like, what? And then she becomes like a JoJo stan, essentially. She just hangs around, I guess. She doesn't pass on like a normal ending. She doesn't get destroyed, and she doesn't get like cursed into the apartment. She just hangs around, I guess, you know. I guess the idea is that she doesn't get corrupted by the negative energy, and just stays as like a, well, I mean, her words were like, it was like a guardian spirit or whatever, right? And I imagine that's the real ending. And from that ending, just to summarize all that, we will continue into the epilogue, I guess. What happens afterwards, maybe. Who are these feet? You know, I thought at first it would be like the guy and the ghost girl, right? But whose feet is this? Whose leg is this? And why does it look like a... Well, maybe it's because it's black and white, but like, to be honest, I can't see it as anything else than hairy legs. You know, you see like this hair here. There's like this bunch of hair. It's like a naked leg with a sock. Is it just me? I don't know. I don't think that's correct. Maybe it's like police officers? I don't know. Anyway. Well, let's just begin. Epilogue time. How long's the epilogue? I don't know. Not sure. Oh, man, this is different too. It's like it's his phone, I guess. Save. Alright. Let's see. Drink some water. You become a poltergeist. The bath plug popped out, and what could politely be called chocolate-covered water begins to drain away. Chocolate-covered, ew. It's like it rotted so much, it's all brown and goopy. The flow is slow, and it will take a while before the bottom of the tub was visible. You're a little, very tired, but there's no way you let him do something like this. So you endure it anyway. You've been his so-called guardian spirit for a little while now. Then one day, he and his mother started living apart. Lately, his mom seemed absent-minded. It was happening more and more often, and he didn't know what to do. And if he was troubled, then you were troubled too. You ask if he has any relative he can rely on. He says he doesn't really know them well and doesn't want to bother them. But that very night, by coincidence, the phone rings. Guardian spirit power, maybe? In any case, this is a chance. You urge him, pester him relentlessly, to talk to his relative about his mom. And about his mom as a murderer, by the way? Are we gonna reveal that or anything? He gets away with it, I guess. I guess we have the consent, like... How's this work, you know? How does this work with the supernatural police, you know? Who like legally, you know? Is there like a ghost lawyer? Like, can the ghost person, or can the ghost version of a person that you murdered consent to being murdered and be like, actually, don't worry about it, don't worry about it, bro. DW, bro, don't worry about it. I don't know. At first he hesitates and eventually begins to speak, haltingly over the phone. The relative tells him not to worry about a thing. Apparently, he'd never known that it was okay to rely on adults. He was worried about being a burden, but family helps each other no matter what. The relative promised to visit soon to talk things over properly. You are thrilled, mission accomplished. But your satisfaction doesn't last long. Soon after, you notice something that is impossible to smile about. My corpse! With a gurgle and splash, water trusses down the drain, and at last the bottom of the tub comes into view. Hygienically, the bathtub is already a disaster. Morally speaking, it's also not ideal. There's a meme about that? Like, morally speaking, it's not ideal. Or like, legally, it's not illegal, or not legal. Morally, it's immoral. But personally, or something like that. Anyway, of course, it is equally mortifying. You try to ask him casually what he's been doing for baths, and he says he's been going to the public bathhouse ever since he could see you. When you see your own body emerge from the bottom of the tub, you are genuinely relieved that he's been using the bathhouse instead. Gross. Thank goodness I don't have to touch that directly. You'd always been self-conscious about your small frame, but the body that's surfaced now is far smaller than you remember. How long has it been? It's like 7 weeks, I feel like the body has been going through many stages of decay at this point. And how does it work for like when it's like in the water? I don't know. I feel like, isn't there like a thing where like corpses get bloated? Like I don't know, I've heard, I don't remember the specifics, but like how like people like dump corpses in the fucking rivers or whatever, because they're fucking serial killers or whatever. Like the body gets all bloated or something. Is that how that works? Or I could be wrong. I don't know. Using your newly acquired poltergeist powers, you wrap it carefully into an old bath towel. You don't have to be able to use that bath towel for anything else anytime soon. The towel, already frayed and thin, quickly turns brown, green, and red. You wrap it up neatly, almost tenderly, the way someone might fold the laundry. It's not like you're going to hand it over to the police. You both agree to take it deep into the mountains and say farewell. This was probably the last turning point for him to start living properly. It was the last chance for your parents to know that you were gone. But for him to keep living properly, he's already been hurt too many times. Also, what are we doing? Are we just dumping it in the mountains? Like, we're not even gonna bury it. We're just gonna dump it in the mountains. Well, they're just gonna take it to the mountains. Like, I wonder how it's gonna work, because if you bury it, then no one's gonna find it, most likely. Well, technically, I think don't like the police have like GPS or whatever? They can actually detect like bodies on the ground or something. Like that, they can do that, I think. Or they just dump it and they're like, oh, whoops, she died in the mountains suddenly, randomly. She just decided to go into the mountains and then hit her head and she died. I don't know. I feel like that wouldn't explain things. It would be really weird. I don't know. Anyway, for him to keep living properly, he's already been hurt too many times. If he were to do things properly, he wouldn't be able to live a normal life, and he wouldn't be able to see his mom again. When you imagine a future where he'd have to endure even more pain, you just felt exhausted. More than angry, you wanted to cry. Since you became his guardian spirit, he'd been nothing if not loyal to you. If you asked him to tell everyone the truth, he'd probably do it before the day was over. Maybe deep down, he knows that's the right thing to do. His loyalty only makes you feel uneasy. He was kind, burdened with guilt, and believed it was his responsibility to make you happy. He thought that by obeying you, he was fulfilling your wish. But for you, as his guardian spirit, happiness means being happy together with him. So, you choose to trust in his loyalty and ask him a single request. You watch his falling leaves gather atop his shoes. With every step he takes, soft, weightless leaves land on his feet and slip away again. This summer mountain is nothing like you imagine. The leaves gleam bright green, and the river murmurs something nearby. Tall trees block out most of the sky, and the air hangs thick and heavy. Strange mushrooms have grown here and there, and things you've never seen before. Reality had painfully low resolution, What is it? the GPU of reality is not very strong. You know, RAM inflation is just so high that you have to like downgrade the graphics of reality. What the heck? He must have been walking for quite some time. Seeing him struggle to breathe, you can't help but cry out. Hey, maybe now's a good time. With Guardian Spirit Power and all, I'm sure we can pull this off. You think so? His voice, muffled through the mask, was a little faint. He wipes the sweat from his forehead and looks at you. Yeah, come on, dig here. Woof woof. Woof woof. I doubt we'll find any treasure. Maybe not, but someday my corpse might turn up. Not sure how to respond to that. Don't worry, if anyone tries to get their hands on this place, I'll take care of them. Maybe break an arm or two. Probably best not to break anyone's arms. As he says that, he sets down his backpack. When he reaches for the zipper, you raise both hands to warn him off. I'll handle that. You're on digging duty. Sure. Okay. We are burying the corpse. Again, I wonder, like, in that case, I feel like her parents will not get... Because she mentioned how her parents... Or something... What was it? Something about, like, her... parents, like, getting some kind of, like, closure or something? Like, it was a last chance for your parents to know that you were gone or something? I don't know. But, like, I feel like the parents will never get closure then, because she'll be missing forever. No one will find the corpse. At least for a long time, anyway. What's this? Oh, hey, it's interesting. It's an Easter egg. So it's like, Anata saying, no worries, wait for me! Okay. Alright, oh, because remember the prologue? I think he said, like, should I check that before, you know, like whether or not I should have a yukata? And she's like, no worries, wait for me. And I think, okay. And then he sends a voice call, I guess. Or, well, he didn't send a voice call, rather they do go to call. He basically says, sorry, I can't make it. You know, 15 seconds. And then hangs up. And Anato's like, call, you know, and then he just doesn't pick up, I guess. Just ghosts her. Hey, he ghosts her. Get it? Anyway. So that's the last time they spoke, when she was alive, anyway. Think. Unless they talked in front of their house, though, when she was arguing with her mother or whatever. Save. You take your towel-wrapped corpse, stuffed in a plastic bag from his backpack. They just put it in there? It's not kind of smelly? How did they even get to the mountain? Didn't they take a train, you know? Unless it wasn't very busy, I guess. I don't know. I feel like the smell would be very strong. And people would be like, why does this guy have a corpse in his backpack, you know? Like, I don't know. It's very suspicious. You peel away at the damp, clinging plastic carefully, layer by layer. He frowns a little and pulls out the shovel. When he drives into the spot you point to, he starts digging without saying anything. Neither of you speak. Maybe it's because the air feels heavy, or because of the unpleasant smell. The only sound is a soft muffled rustling of leaf-filled soil being turned over. As you toss the slick plastic onto the ground, you watch it in silence, unsure what you're feeling. There's guilt for making him do something like this, a strange intimacy from sharing a secret, a small rush from being obeyed, a quiet pride of being chosen. You don't have the words to express any of it. With every tower layer you peel away from your remains, it feels as though your sense of worth is being stripped off with it. Each sticky fold you pull back feels like one more betrayal to your parents. And yet you never think to stop. That only makes it worse. It makes you think, how could your mom and dad ever love someone like you? I just wondered something like that. Huh? It's about me being a bad daughter. Do you want to stop? No. I've decided to do this. I've decided, yet I'm conflicted. So guess I'm just venting? Venting? Sauce! No, venting. I don't need a solution or an argument or an apology. I just want you to listen. Okay. I was really spoiled growing up. Huh? Oh, I see. I keep wondering, why did my parents treat me like I mattered so much? Now it really hits me. Kind of embarrassing to say, now that I'm a high schooler. I'm such an idiot, a terrible daughter, and it's still true even now. But you know, I never doubted them, not once. That's Would they still have loved me if I was dumber? Or if I wasn't so cute? You look up at him as you pour you look up at him as you pour soil over the not so cute version of yourself that's like decomposed and like there's bones sticking out. Well, I get that. I really do. I also wonder if only I'd been better, if I'd been the kind of kid who could do things right. But even if I were smarter or more capable, I think I'll still be their child. And the same goes for you. That's true, but it's still because they're our parents, right? They love us because we're theirs. Even though that was a perfectly good answer, it somehow didn't seem to be the one that satisfied you. He seems to sense that. Is that a bad thing? No, I just can't explain it well. Give me a moment. Okay. Since the day you first understood each other, you know what it means to think. You start to think about the unease that hides behind morality. The discomfort tucked inside goodness. Loving your family is supposed to be a good thing, right? And being kind to people is also supposed to be a good thing. Yeah? Are they wrong? Not wrong. I really love that you're kind, but he's kind to you because the moral standards he set for himself are so high. To him, helping someone in trouble is just a natural thing to do. You're not someone he wants to be kind to, you're simply someone who needs help. In the same way, to your parents, you belong to the category of family. That's why they care about you. But that isn't enough. The category that comes with the bonus of affection, it's not family or friend. It has to be you. Whether it's family or friends or lovers, at the root it's all the same. You want someone to choose you with their whole heart. How arrogant! To wish someone would see you as you are, in a world where that's taken for granted. A virtue so pure you'll be mocked for doubting it. What a selfish wish, and yet you still want it. With that small, fragile philosophy, you finally understand the source of your frustration with his loyalty. You puff out your non-existent chest and take a deep breath. Non-existent chest? I feel like there's a double meaning with that. Okay, it really is this one. I don't know, it looks like there's hair. the ghost girls, you know, they can't shave their hair. Anyway, I don't know. I mean, I guess everyone has hair, right? It's just if you're biologically female, I think you just have less hair. Hey, remember that one time between classes when you told me I was going to be late? Which time? Huh? It happened more than once, didn't it? So I'm not sure which one you mean. Yeah, fair. After a while, you kept waking me up, so I figured I could sleep as much as I wanted. Even Takamura called you my alarm clock. So it was an alarm clock without even knowing it. When I think about it, you never just left me behind. You're seriously kind. Oh, so? Did you figure out what you wanted to say? Oh, right, yeah. I was just wondering why you always did that. You're nice, you know. That's kind of hard to agree with. Fair enough. It's just... it hurts to ignore people. If I pretend not to notice, it keeps bothering me after a while. It keeps bothering me afterward. So yeah, I never thought of myself as kind. Then if it hadn't been me sleeping through class, you'd still have woken them up? Yeah, I think so. Probably. Right? Because that's who he is. That's the guy you fell for. And if you hadn't, you've gone on living oblivious and happy. Saved by his moral compass and now cursed by it, some ghost you are. Whatever I was thinking, I forgot. Something important? Yeah, but I figured it out on my own. I see. Because out of everyone you couldn't ignore, I'm the only one you went this far for. You're kind, so yeah, you probably would have done the same for someone else. But if it hadn't been me, things wouldn't have gone this far. Gone this far means both the good and the bad. You look up as to assert your conviction, and it lets out a long breath. He told you that there's no one else like you. The earth gives a soft rush as it settles. Your poltergeist powers seems to have finished their work. The unlovable version of you will probably never see the light of day again. Okay, let's go home. What should we do when we get back? Nothing really. Oh, I didn't fill out the career counseling form. That's not how I mean. Come on, since we're out, let's grab dinner. How's it gonna work? How you eat ghost dinner? You know, is there ghost food? You mean by myself as I talk to an invisible person and people call me crazy, you know, and then they call the cops and then that gets it into like a mental asylum, you know? Well, that's what everyone else would see. What do you want then? We used up a lot of energy, so how about a grill place? I'll pass. Then where do you want to go? You're letting me decide? Of course. I can only stay by your side anyway. I might complain though. It ends up coming all this way because of you, and thanks to you. Even if you can't do everything right, if every mistake you make is something only you could create, then every part of it, all of it is completely achingly precious. That proud, tender sense of regret grows stronger the more you think about it. But if you can go anywhere with him, then carrying this much weight is nothing. The depths of paradise, it turns out, is much wider than you ever imagined. Is that it? Oh, that's a quick epilogue. I don't know. The epilogue was just really the extension... Not really an extension, really. It's just a more of a... padded, you know? It was just more padded version of basically what happens in the true ending, you know? What's she doing here? I guess cute little pictures. Because we already know, you know, we already know what kind of happens in the true ending, so nothing's really changed. Missing! She's missing! Where could she have gone? Nobody knows! And now her parents are crying. Like, boo-hoo, our daughter's gone. And then her friends are sad. And then the parents divorce. And then the dad kills himself. I'm like, what? I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. It's just morbid, I guess. Oh yeah, what happens when he grows up, by the way? Does she stay like a small anime girl while he turns like 65 years old or something? And then like that, well, I don't know, let's see. Are they gonna do the trope or like he's no, they're not. Look, I thought it was gonna be, you know, the epilogue, I thought it was gonna be a lot more than that, you know? It's a bit of a disappointment because I swear, yeah, I don't know, it might be cheesy and maybe I wouldn't have liked it anyway, but what I was expecting was like 50 years later or something, or I don't know, how old would he be? Like 60, 70? I don't know, like many years later, he's on his deathbed and it's like, you know, and nobody understands him, you know, and why he's like talking to this random ghost person that nobody else can see. And it's like, oh, grandpa is so weird, but whatever. And then he fucking dies, and like everybody's so sad because he dies alone. But actually, he didn't die alone. There's like a little picture, and then he shows up, you know, it's like, whoop, and he's a ghost now. And then he finally gets to be with fucking, you know, the protagonist or whatever. That's the idea, right? That would have been like a kind of like a perfect ending, you know? Because in a roundabout way, he does end up dying because we all die at the end. But it just takes a long time, right? He just dies of old age, and then they finally get to be together, right? I feel like that would be the happiest ending, you know? But I guess not, I don't know. Anyway. But I guess that's it. You know, again, I don't know. The side stories are okay. I mean, the prologue definitely has a lot more, like, exploration of her character, like, what she was doing before she died. So, you know, that was somewhat interesting. It was still a little bit fillery, you know? Like, it was still a bit of a filler, I guess, because at the end of the day, a lot of it didn't really matter that much, you know? And the epilogue as well was really just kind of like the same thing as the true ending, you know? The true ending was basically the same thing. The true ending was like, it already explained that they went to the mountain and buried her corpse, you know? And then she continued to be his guardian spirit and yada yada yada, you know? We already know that. Really, the only thing they added was the actual part where they bury the body, I guess. And then she talks about how, like, you know, how he's so kind. And, like, I feel like it's a trope, though. Like, I don't know. I don't really find that really that deep. But, like, basically, like, oh, he's so kind, but he's kind to everyone. But he happened to be kind to me, you know? And that makes me question whether or not I would have been chosen as the person that, you know, that we be together or whatever. But, oh, well, you know. At the end of the day, we end up together anyway, so, you know, it's all by chance, or whatever, I'm assuming. That's the moral of the story, I guess. I don't know, something like that. I don't know. I don't really like it that much, to be honest, because I don't know what the game was trying to say there. Exactly. They just kind of like talked in circles, you know, for a little bit, and that's it. It just ends. I don't know. Again, what I liked about the game, which wasn't really that big, like it really wasn't really the biggest part of it, because it wasn't really what I was focused on. But it really was like the parts when she fucking drives him to suicide. I'm gonna be honest, I wish they explored that more often, or more like more in depth, you know. Like there could have been like different ways, you know. That what would have been cool was that there were different ways to kill him, you know. I don't know, maybe I'm a fucking psychopath, but like it would have been interesting, wouldn't it? Like it'd be like, oh, you kill him by like stabbing him, like literally stabbing him because you're using your poltergeist powers, or I mean just like in the main story, you know, you basically drive him to suicide because he feels too much guilt or whatever. Like you really like affect his psyche, or maybe you mind control him, you know, or possess his body, you know, like a ghost. Look, there could have been many different things. It could be like, oh, you could accidentally like bring in some other ghosts around because you're using so much negative energy that you attract a bunch of other evil spirits that kill him or something. I don't know. Or maybe even turn into like a monster and like you physically just eat him. I don't know. I'm just thinking of Bleach, you know, Bleach, like the early episodes of Bleach. Like in this, I don't know, I can't, like the early episodes, there was a very similar thing where like it was all about like the supernatural like undead ghosts, and how like I think there was like a character that like wanted revenge, you know, and it turned into a monster, and like it's like a whole thing, you know. And it's all about like trying to make the spirit or whatever not have regrets anymore or whatever. I don't know. It was interesting. Before it was all about just sword fights, you know. Bleach was interesting in the beginning, you know. But the rest of it, I did not like at all. I stopped like watching it, you know, when it all went to, oh, I have a sword. Oh no, I transform. I use sword abilities. You know, ooh, whoosh, magic. You know, it became like Dragon Ball Z essentially. I didn't like it. Anyway, yeah, there could have been many more ways to explore the whole like undead ghost thing, especially from a supernatural, like psychological, occult kind of vibe, you know. Even I don't really like, I guess I don't like supernatural, but like if it's like interesting, I guess I would have liked it. Again, the whole like driving him to suicide part, maybe even driving him to kill his mother, you know, that would be interesting too. Like just more ways to like kind of manipulate him into doing horrible things, you know. That would be interesting, right? I mean, just like where is it? Is it shown here? More like this. It's not really shown here. Oh, here you go. Just like Needy Streamer Overload. Because Needy Streamer Overload, I mean, you could get good endings as well, but most of the endings and most of the kind of like the purpose of this game is to kind of manipulate the character into doing different things and then end up in a situation where they, you know, do something irreversible, I guess. Or I don't know, just, you get like a special ending or whatever by like manipulating the different types of meters, you know? So there would be this like overall goal of like killing him, but like I think it would be interesting if the different endings where you do kill him don't exactly end up in the way you want them to, right? I mean, again, the game kind of explored it, like two endings, the happy ending, the bad ending, but like not really, right? I kind of wish they did that so that the true ending would be more impactful, because the true ending basically is her like reconciling with the fact that he doesn't actually like her that much, you know, and basically understanding that and just basically giving up on the idea of killing him and instead just getting to know him, right? So, and it turns out you don't like try to kill him essentially, but like, you know, I feel like again be more impactful if we actually had more options to freaking murder him. That's all I'm saying, okay? Anyway. So for like €6.59, I guess, or like, I don't know, how much did I pay in Canadian dollars? I don't remember. I felt like $8 or something, right? Like $8 Canadian? I don't know. I didn't love it. It was okay. I like the art. You know, I definitely like the art. The art is very good. That's the biggest thing that's very good. And the music is alright. The music is all cutesy and everything. Yeah, I don't mind it. A little funky, actually. You know, especially the main theme. You know, but yeah, I don't know. cool concept, but like the actual like execution wasn't that interesting to me, to be honest. It was okay. There's a lot of attention to detail for some things, you know, especially how like she changes outfits a lot, especially in the prologue. The little like phone menu was kind of cool, you know, and like how like updates of different like little photos after the fact in certain scenes. That's cool. It's just that the main meat of the game, which what I really wanted, we don't really get a lot, you know? Instead of the main course, it's more like a little sauce, if that makes sense. You know, it's a weird metaphor, but like the sauce of the game was a psychological horror, but the actual main meat really was just a romance. Like typical romance. It's not even rom-com, really, it's just romance. Just typical romance story. Almost like a shoujo, you know, like a shoujo manga or something. It was okay. I don't know. That's the thing about me, is I don't really like romance though, at least by itself. And it needs to be like doomed or toxic or something interesting, you know? The characters that are like in a relationship need to be fighting each other, you know? Otherwise I'm not interested. Again, I'm just reminded of like Jax and Pomni from the Amazing Digital Circus. I don't know why. It's a popular shipping name. It's called Funny Bunny. But like the fan art that I like from that ship is when they're toxic to each other and like they're hitting each other basically. I don't like it when they're just making out. That's just boring. Anyway. But that's it for this game. I don't know. That's enough ranting for Decollate Decoration. Yeah. To me, it wasn't worth it. But, I don't know. That's just my opinion, I guess. I feel like for a lot of other people, you know, at least 110 very positive reviews. For majority people, they like it. So, I mean, it's really I'm in the wrong. Oh, well. Alright, but I guess that's it for that game. Now what? I don't know. Close the game now. I got all achievements, I think? I assume so. Let me see. Yeah, I got all the achievements. Got all the things. Wow, amazing. You played the achievement is that you played the game. Wow. Great. You didn't do anything special, you just simply played the game. Cool. Only 2 negative reviews though. Only 1 negative like English review. Thoughts? A very boring game. Only the art is good, you know? I'm not happy with both the happy endings at all. So it's funny, you know, this person doesn't like the game, but for all the reasons that I do. Because I like the game because of the bad endings. Right? That make her like a selfish person and obsessive. That, in fact, it was implied a little bit, even in the prologue, that she was a little bit possessive and stuff and jealous, right? I like that part, but we don't really explore it that much. A little bit. But like, it just happens so quickly and that's it, you know? I don't know. I hate her even more in the prologue, where she took his phone and changed the wallpaper without his consent, and think that's funny. It's a very disrespectful thing to do. Who are you? Are you Kimi? You know, are you the guy from the game in real life? You know, that's exactly how he felt though. It did feel like he was being bullied. You know, it's funny. I mainly just force skipped through after reading at that point of the prologue. Skip the whole epilogue as it's not a good read. Blah blah blah. I really like the true ending where they blah blah blah. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to mock the person. I don't know. Sometimes I just like to make a funny voice, but like essentially, yeah, it's funny. They basically don't like the parts that I do like, because I like the part where she is selfish. I like the part where she drives into suicide. I like the part where she's possessive and jealous. I like the part where she's deranged and like goes off the deep end and becomes a bad girl. You know, that's the part I like. But I don't know. It turns out they don't like that for some reason, and they actually want the game to be even more fluffy. That's, I don't know. It's the opposite, ironically. It's funny how like none of the negative reviews really reflect my opinion. Because my opinion is that I actually don't like the fluffiness. I don't like the wholesomeness. You know? A little bit is okay, but like I want it to be flipped, you know? I want it to be more deranged and horrible. And a little bit of fluffiness, maybe. But that's just to emphasize how horrible the horribleness is. You know? Anyway. Alright. Again, that's it for Decollate Decoration. I personally don't love it. It's a good game, it's just not really for me. I bought it anyway, tried it out. Oh well, you know? I did it. Okay, I don't know. It's hard to say, like, I hated it though. I didn't really hate it. I enjoyed my time. I just didn't love the way the storyline went, you know? That's all. It's like, again, it's a really small part of the game, but that small part is the part that I liked. It's just that everything else just wasn't super interesting to me, is all. Anyway. Now what? Let's see, it's been about 3 hours. I don't really know what else to do. In less than like an hour. I had a game in mind, but it's more than an hour, so I'm not sure. You know, I mean, there is one game I wanted to try. I think it's super short, so this is probably the last thing I'll do. I think it's a funny game though. I don't know. It's by NPCKC. Hold on. I think it's this game. I wanted to try it out only because it's like gacha related, you know? Yeah, I don't know how long it is. But like, I don't know, it's not like horror or anything. I usually play horror games. But like, this one is just a silly game, it seems like. But I don't know, it's short enough, and it's like, I don't know, it's like involving gacha, which I've played a whole bunch in the past, so why not? Maybe I'll just play this. It's a browser though, and browsers always kind of lag on Firefox, so hopefully it doesn't lag, unless I have to open a new browser, I'm not sure. Well, actually, I can download it. Wait a minute, I can just download it? No, you have to pay. I think. Oh yeah, I didn't download it because you need to pay $2. yeah, you have to pay $2 to download it. I was like, I don't know. It'd be nice to download it, but like, only because it runs better, you know? It's easier to just have it downloaded and it to run in the browser, because whenever I run browser games, it just lags on Firefox, especially itch.io browser games. Anyway, sure. Let me just play this for a little bit. This is like a random small bonus game, I guess. But why not? It's called The Servers Are Shutting Down in 24 Hours, but my power has been set to 0.0001%. Oh no! Okay, let me see. 319, or let me put that. Server Shutdown. I guess the short name would just be Server Shutdown instead of the really long name over here. And what would the stream title be? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'll just copy the description here. End of service? Like, it'll be like end of service simulation of a gacha game, I guess. I don't know. Something like that. I don't know. Well, that's not a very interesting title. I don't know. End of service simulation, or end of service gacha game simulation. Sure, that'll just be the title. I don't know. I can't think of anything clever at the moment. I don't think I can think of anything clever in general most of the time, but like, I'll just do that. All right, save, and then change the category on Twitch. Actually, change it to, I don't know. This even exists. The servers are shutting down in 24 hours. My power has been set to 0.0001%. Sure. Do that. There you go. Okay. So next game I want to play, and I assume it's a very short one. Hopefully it's short. It's just the silly game developed by NPCKC, which I played a few games of them before in the past. But this one's just a silly one. And apparently it's like the idea is that the gacha game shutting down, which I never actually like really. To be honest, I never really had that really happen. I wonder if this was inspired by something. Is it like Fate Grand Order shutting down or something? Because I played that a while ago. Fate Grand Order. Is it shutting down? You know, I'm searching on Google. Is it Fate Grand Order shutting down? Fate Grand Order Arcade will shut down, but I don't know if it's Fate Grand Order. I'm not sure. Anyway, that's like a spin-off version of Fate Grand Order, though, right? All right. Wow. Let's just check this out a little bit in the game. Oh yeah. Let me. I don't know. Move this to like a new window. Like, what's the button for like? Nope, that's not it. What's the button for? Nope. 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 Firefox, you know, how to full screen a window. What's the button again? Oh, it says F11. I tried that already. Why does it didn't work? There you go. Oh. Still shows this part though. Do I do that? Oh, there you go. Oh, now okay. Then it did. Okay. All right. So this game is, what was it called again? I already forgot. It was called, the servers are shutting down in 24 hours, but port rate's been set to 0.00001%. You know, it's such a like a light novel isekai title, but apparently it's like, well, I guess we'll see. Oop. And PCKC. Oh, it's this right here. Yeah, I was wondering actually if are you supposed to roll a whole bunch, or maybe it's just like a typical visual novel? Because I thought at first, you know, when I saw the game, I actually opened it before in the past. When I saw it, I thought it was gonna be like a thing where you actually have to pull, you know, and then like it would simulate like a 0.0001% chance, so you would just keep trying to pull until you get it or something. But no, I don't think it's that at all. But I guess we'll see. Anyway, let's begin. And the only reason I'm playing this is because it's like a, I assume it's a satire of like gacha games. You know, I did play gacha games in the past. Not anymore though, because they take too much of your time, you know? Oh, it's a little loud on my end. Oh, expert safe. Is it kind of loud? Is it just me, or is it just kind of a little loud? Oh, there's a way to like decrease the volume. I guess it's fine. Anyway. And as such, the servers will be shutting down in one day, after which this game will no longer be playable. The announcement will go live a day change tomorrow, at which point the premium currency Moondust shop will be permanently closed. Seems okay to you? Okay. Oh. In that case, I'll leave the volume. Thank you for all your hard work in keeping Forge Light Moon running all this time. It's a little glitchy though, hold on. Oh, here you go, I can choose the button here actually. Yeah, or not glitchy, that's not the right word, but you know. It's a little laggy. And I think it's because of Firefox. In which case, let me try using a different browser. Now, the different browser doesn't have like... Let's try Chrome or something. Hold on. Chrome doesn't like dox me or anything, right? It doesn't have the usual stuff that I have. I should probably download it for Chrome too. I don't know. Like the VPN and everything. You know what? I'm gonna do that right now. What's it called? What VPN do I have? I have Proton VPN. Can I just like download that or something? Proton VPN Chrome. I'm gonna add to Chrome. Can I just like, I don't remember because you can make an like account and everything, but like, can you just use it or? Oh, yeah, you do have to sign in. Man, hold on. Well, hold on. I need to like, just in case, go on a tangent here. Just to play this game, I have to use a whole different browser. By the way, I just need to log into my Proton account, which I don't remember what it was. So I have to like go to my freaking password manager, which I don't want to accidentally show on screen because it will just show all my passwords. Yeah, that's the I don't know. That's the downside of having a password manager. Is like for whatever reason, you know, if somehow you just show all your passwords in the password manager, it's probably not a good idea. Though it's not really the password. The passwords themselves are like hidden, I guess. But you know, it's more so the all the usernames and emails and like stuff they use. I don't want to like accidentally show that. I actually use like a different email. Like I don't use any of the emails that I usually use, you know, like SighingSlider@gmail.com. I don't use that for my password manager account. I use like a separate like email that nobody knows, you know, it's like super hidden. And hopefully that makes it like hack proof, I guess, or at least resistant to hacks as much as I can anyway. I'm very paranoid about that kind of thing. All right, VPN. Connect. I am now in the Netherlands. Wow, amazing. See? Oh, we don't see it. Netherlands. There you go. Netherlands. I'm in the Netherlands now. Amazing. All right. What was it? It was actually this one. Server shutdown, and then put it in Google Chrome. Now it shall run properly. Oh yeah, how do I full screen again? I already forgot. Especially, well, is it the same hotkey? I wonder. It is. Okay. All right. English. Let's try this again, because for some reason, every time I try to play a browser game on Firefox, it's very laggy, and I don't know why. I think if you use a different browser, then it loads properly. Like a correct speed. Okay, here you go. So again. Server shut down 24 hours. My port rate's been changed to 0.001%. And as such, the servers will be shutting down in 1 day, after which this game will no longer be playable. The announcement will go live a day change tomorrow, at which point the premium currency Moondust shop will be permanently closed. Thank you for all your hard work keeping Forge Light Moon running all this time. This is too sudden! We don't even get a week's notice? Nova Normal. Nova Rare. We can't shut down just like that! Of course, we will have a final event so that all Starsmiths can enjoy their last day here. We plan to give out 100 Moondusts and increase pull rates for select Novas. Yes, Apollo Gems? It's the last ultimate Apollo Gems, you know? Nova Super Rare. Why only select Novas? If we're shutting down, can't we just let everyone cast whatever they want? That would undermine the value of all the Moondust that Starsmiths used to the cast before. Aren't we already undermining that by shutting down forever? No, we're not gonna talk about that. We're gonna keep the Bitcoin, the NFTs. You know, we gotta make sure the value, the artificial scarcity is the same, I guess. In any case, the decision is final, and we expect you to prepare accordingly. Let's make the final day of Forest Light Moon one to remember. Gacha games. I never really had that happen to me. Like, play like a gacha game for so long that it shut down, you know? It really is just like, it's all virtual, you know? It's all ones and zeros. Like, I guess even not just gachas, but like MMOs, you know? Like, games that you're meant to play for a long time. I guess I'm thinking like a Team Fortress 2, you know, it has like hats or whatever, that even has its own economy. Like, these are all virtual items, and one day it's gonna go away, you know? It's not gonna be there forever. Yeah, people attach, like, economic value to it, you know? And especially in a gacha game, you don't really... usually, most gacha games, you don't really trade anything, you just spend money, you know? In like a fake slot machine, and then you don't really get money back or anything. You just get little PNGs and be like, I own this, even though you don't really. Anyway, here's Lamona. Like, what? How can we be shutting down already? We're only online for 1 month. Really? This is really shitty gacha. Only for 1 month. My side quest was never even released. Nobody ever got to hear my backstory. At least pull rates are increased, so people will hopefully get to check out my alternate outfit at least. What are my pull rates now anyway? I'll go take a look. Where's my name? Oh, here. Lamana, Witch in Training SSR. You know, what does SSR mean, by the way? I know R means rare, SR means super rare, but what does SSR mean? Like super rare? Is that what it is? Like, I don't know. I don't know the original like origin of where SSR came from. But usually in gacha games, it's always like R, SR, and SSR. For whatever reason, by the way, R is always just the common for some reason. It has to be special, I guess. Everything has to be special. It needs to be called rare, even though it's not actually that rare. It's actually very common, but you know. Anyway, her pull rate is 0.0001%. Was that even 100? 1,000th? No. 1 millionth of a percent? So you're saying there's a chance. You know, so you're saying there's a chance. If I just have a big enough wallet. No, that can't be right. How about my other versions? Lamona Summer Frolic SR is 0.001%. Lamona Out of CN, that's normal. Okay, there is a normal. 0.0001%. Lamona Lane Magic Rare, 0.001%. All my pull rates are set to 0.001%. I never had a pull rate that low even outside of an event. Somebody must have screwed up somewhere. I'll go talk to the higher-ups about it. It's funny, because this is very much like, I don't know, it's like a gacha culture, you know? It's like, I feel like you might not understand what this means if you never played gacha games before, you know? In fact, I see a lot, sometimes I see a lot of content creators who have never played gacha games before, and they don't understand anything about it, you know? They're like, oh, what's all this currency? What's this all mean, you know? Like, oh, look at this, it's so exploitative or whatever. It's like, I don't know, I mean, it depends on the game, but like, usually like anime gachas, especially like Japanese gachas or whatever, or like, I guess Chinese ones, I don't know, it depends though, I guess, but you know, the big ones, you can definitely just be free to play. You don't have to actually pay to win, you know? You don't have to actually spend all your money, even though people do, just like whales or whatever. But you don't really, that's how I've always played gacha games, by the way. I never spent a dime. One exception was Fate Grand Order. I spent $1 for like a Saint Quartz because there's I don't know if it's propaganda or not, but like there's this thing where like you want to spend at least $1 so you can get a receipt, you know, from the company, so that in case you lose your account, by the way, it's just such a weird thing, by the way, because why would it be your fault? But anyway, like if you lose your account for whatever reason, you could like give them the receipt to be like, yes, I spent money on this account, so therefore it belongs to me, so that they can give it back to you or whatever. It's such a weird thing, by the way. You're having to pay for security, which would normally just be normal for like every other account, you know, that you would have on the internet. It would just assume, or it would be just assumed that you could just have it back because it belongs to you. But anyway, I don't know, I was just paranoid, so I was like, I spent $1 on it. But that's it. I never actually spent anything else because in every other gacha game, I would just play the game for free and just accumulate free currency and then use that currency to roll, you know? And unless you want literally every single character, which, I mean, you'd be insane if you want to do that, I guess. You're like a maniac, you know? But for the most part, you just kind of roll for like whatever character you think is cool, you know? Like a favorite character or whatever. And that's kind of it, you know? And then, for me anyway, I just did that and no, that's it. Didn't really like want to like whale or anything. But anyway, hello Novus. Unfortunately, our internal support window is closing as of now. We will not be accepting any new requests for support from this moment forward. You know, it's funny how like the characters in this like setting, you know, have their own customer service. It's as if the characters are like, I guess, employees or something. Please do your best to support Forge Light Moon until the server shut down. What? But what am I supposed to do? I was so excited about my side quests. Is my story just gonna end like this? I don't know what to do. But now I'll go to sleep. Hopefully I'll wake up and all of this will just be a bad dream. That won't happen, Lamona. It's called the cruelty of capitalism, you know? I don't know. I don't know how this relates to capitalism. I mean, in the sense of like a corporation shutting down or whatever, and like, you know, something economics. It wasn't a dream. We're really shutting down. Normally I go to the forge and wait to see if a starsmith might cast me, but since my pull rate is 0.00001%, is there even any point? No, I can't give up. There's still one day. Sure, the chances are low, very low, but they're not zero. Time to go to the forge and wait for my destined starsmith. By the way, this also kind of like conjures up the conundrum of how this works, you know, because technically there will be like multiple versions of the same character in the different outfits, and like, does each version, are they like unique to each like player? You know, how's that work? Doesn't it bring a like a philosophical, what's the word? Like a philosophical, I don't know what the word is. I'll say debate. It's not debate, but you know, a philosophical conundrum, I guess. Or like, if your version of like Lamona is it different from the other player's version of Lamona, you know? Or is they all the same? There's clones, you know? Also, what's this? I don't know what that is. I just press a button. I don't know what that means. Huh? Nobody's at the shop. And even if the moon dust shop is closed, there should still be other stuff on sale. Maybe I'll try shouting for the shopkeep. Oh, am I wasting time? Oh no. What I want to do is like, I want to go back to the menu to check other things. I didn't know there's less time. Thank you, Starsmiths, for your amazing support. We regret to announce that 4 Light Moon is coming to an end. We're incredibly grateful to all of you for casting with us. Please see the official website for more details, you know? So a one-day notice. That's insane. What's that, by the way? I don't know what these buttons do. Okay, chances are 1 in a million, but that's better than 0. I'm waiting for you, my future Starsmith. Ooh. Okay, I do get the roll. Aha! I get... Not cast. Oh, damn it. I don't get anything. I didn't get anything. What? Time left. So that's how the roll. There's other places to go. Let's go back to the shopkeep, I guess. I didn't really call the shopkeep. I was scared like it would like, I don't know, pass too much time or something. Hello? 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 Guess nobody's in. Okay, well, nobody's there anyway. Click on this. Sorry, this feature is no longer available. What the heck? Okay, what's over here? Oh, that's just the options, you know? As it turns out, that's just the options. That's all we have. We go to shopkeep or we can roll. We're gonna spend our moon dust. Fine. I'll do a 10 pole. Whoa, 10 pole. And nothing. And nothing. Well, I wonder, is it gonna be like a thing where actually it is a 0.00001% chance? And like, if you get really lucky, you can actually pull her? I kinda wish we saw all the other characters though, you know? I want this to be like an actual gacha simulator, you know? Wouldn't that be fun? But really it's just, she just doesn't get cast, that's it. This is a very slow 10 pull, by the way. In other gacha games, it would be like boom, 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 you know? And then it would show the special ones. And we wouldn't take this, I wouldn't play the animation every single time. Go faster, come on. I gotta make a 10 million 10 pulls, okay? Well, that's that. Anything else? I can go back to the shopkeep. And maybe they were just taking a break? I'll try again. Hello? No luck. Never mind. I'll just do one. Bingo pole. And nothing. It's gonna be very, very repetitive, isn't it? Alright. Shopkeep. I mean, the only thing I can really do in between the poles is just call it a shopkeep. Maybe 3rd time's the charm. Hello? Really? Still no answer? Maybe I need to shout louder. Please don't. Okay, who's this? Who's there? Hello? Did I just imagine it? Well, probably have to shout again. You gotta keep shouting. But before that, let's do a poll. Maybe we'll get lucky. It's nothing. I'm pretty sure somebody was here earlier. Hello? Go home! So there is somebody here. So what? Shop's closed. But only the Moondust shop is supposed to be closed, right? The regular shop is still open. Who's gonna shop when we're shutting down less than 24 hours? We haven't shut down yet, though. And your point? So you should still be at work. Why should I work when we're shutting down? Because it's your job? Don't care. And shouldn't you show your face at least? I could be a customer. Are you? No. Then scram. Are you still there? I don't know what the shopkeeper's voice would sound like. I don't know what they look like, so... The only way I can, like, discern what the voice would be like if I can see them, you know? I have to create a stereotype in my head based on the way they look. It's the only way. Otherwise, I don't know what they sound like, you know? Like, I don't know, for some reason I'm giving like you know, because they're mean and everything, I'm going like, I'm a grumpy person, you know, I'm a grumpy guy. But like, they could just be like a cute anime girl, I don't know. Is a tempo worth is a tempo worth it? It takes forever. I don't like doing the tempo because it takes forever to go through all the animations. Come on. Lamona was not cast. Ooh. Lamona was not cast. Yeah. Let's go back to the shopkeeper. Hello? Do you have nothing better to do? Not really. Well, I guess you could say it's the same for me. Are you really just not gonna do anything until the server shuts down? Rude, I'm doing tons of things. I thought you weren't working. Do you think I watch the shop 24/7? Yes, because the shop's supposed to be always open? Who's got the time for that? I would love to. You do? Yeah, don't you? I'm just waiting for my Starsmith to cast me. Sounds boring. Couldn't be me. Well, if you want to be cast that badly, why not just catch a ride of a star the next time my Starsmith casts? I can't just do that. Why not? That's cheating! You know, that's cheating. Who cares? The server's shutting down. Do you want to just sit around waiting for your life to happen? Now if you excuse me, I'm gonna take the first nap I've had in a very long time. Can I really just do that? You can now select Ride a Star at the Forge. Please note that you can also change the rate which time passes in the options. You can now cheat. You can now cheat through life. And like... learn nothing, I guess. Like you didn't grow, or whatever. What was it? What was the meme? You cheated not only yourself, or no, not only the game, but yourself, or something, or self. What was it? It's like you cheated not only the game, but yourself. Yeah, you cheated not only the game but yourself, you didn't grow, you didn't improve, you took a shortcut and gained nothing. You experienced a hollow victory, nothing was risked, nothing was gained. It's sad that you don't know the difference of what true gamers are, you know, or something like that. I don't know what the origin was. I thought it was like Ninja or something. Was it Ninja that said that? Freaking Fortnite Ninja, whoever that guy, he has blue hair. I don't know. Is he relevant anymore? Does he still stream? I don't know who he is anymore. Oh, my headphone fell off. I don't know. I thought it came from him, but actually, apparently, this is the first time I actually looked this up. But like, it refers to a viral tweet made by Twitter user Fetus Berry, criticizing a gamer journalist for resorting to cheats to beat the final boss in Sekiro. Really? Well, who's the final boss in Sekiro? It was the Hesitation's Defeat or whatever. I remember. I beat that guy. I beat the guy without cheats. You didn't beat. You cheated not only the game but yourself. I think the point is that it's supposed to be kind of really like silly and like, you know, putting a lot of like how you say, like it's overly dramatic just for like a video game. But like I kind of agree. You know, I low key, is that what the kids call it these days? I low key kind of agree though, because the whole point of, you know, video games is like, it's not just about winning, it's about like doing it in the way the game expects you to do it, and especially in a good game anyway, like Sekiro or Dark Souls or whatever. If you like cheese it, quote unquote, you know, you like do some kind of trick or exploit, or not even like cheating, but like just in general, like you do it in a way that's like really easy, well, that's what's the point then, you know? That's not the fun part. The fun part is like kind of like learning the enemy patterns and the boss fight and actually beating it in a way where you feel like you actually learned something, I guess, you know, where you're like, oh, you know, this boss fight, you gotta like dodge at the right time, you gotta parry at the right time, you gotta learn his patterns, you know, he does this attack with 3 times, you gotta block it 3 times, you know, and like, you know, that kind of thing, instead of just like, I do a bleed build, you know, an Elden Ring, and then I mash the button a whole bunch, I stack a lot of boss, and I win, you know. It's like, okay. It's just not that impressive or fun, really, because you just kind of like, just press, like, at the end of the day, practically speaking, you just press the attack button like 5 times. Great, okay. I don't know, it's just not the same, you know? Because what makes, again, what makes like, I don't know, I'm going a whole rant now, but like what makes like Elden Ring or like Dark Souls or Souls-like games fun is like the thrill, you know. It's like when your heart gets pumping. Like, I don't know, like do people not feel that? But like when you fight like a really hard but fair boss, and then you like dodge attacks, and then, or like in Sekiro you parry them or whatever. You gotta learn the patterns. You know, oh no, you got hit. You know, oh, you know, you get the adrenaline pumping. You know, because as you fight them, you get better at like interpreting their attacks to the point where, oh no, you get one more hit, you know, like only a little bit more, because the HP goes slowly down as you like, you know, dwindle their health points by hitting them a whole bunch, you know, in between their like hitboxes, you know, and stuff like that, and then you finally win, and like you did it, you know. It's like that satisfaction is what brings me back to like, you know, Souls games, essentially. Fighting it like the hard way, which is basically like one-on-one melee, you know? I remember even like fucking like Radon, or, well, that's spoilers, but it's been a while, it's been out for a while, but you know, the Elden Ring DLC final boss, essentially. Free patch, by the way, with Kung Fu, you know? I beat that final boss. It took many streams, but I finally did it, and it was like, man, it's like you don't get that, you know, if you just simply use the strongest like random build or exploit or whatever it is to just one-shot the boss. It's like, okay, you skipped it then. What's the point? You kind of skip the fun part, you know? It's not the same thing. It's like a difference between like, I don't know, maybe it's not a good analogy, but like it's the difference between I don't know the right word, but like it's the difference between someone like a strong person, you know, like a strong man lifting like a very heavy weight, you know, and like, oh, you know, he's lifting like a very strong weight, and like, you know, he's like struggling, you know, and then he did it, you know, woo, you know, yay, everybody claps, versus what do you call it? Like I don't know what you call it, but like, you know, like a machine doing it instead, right? Like you can have a crane, right? You can just have like a crane pick up that same heavy object, and it's like the end goal is the same, but it's not that impressive, you know? It's like, who cares? I don't know. It's not the same. Was there like you know, they mentioned something about how like you can change the time speed? Oh, you can make it fast, right? What does that mean? Oh, that goes really fast. It just makes the time go really fast. Does this make this go fast too? Or is it the same animation? It doesn't do anything though. It doesn't make this go fast. This is the same animation over and over again. All I'm saying is that there's a chance though. So I feel like there's a few ways to do this. At least a couple, literally just two. You can either ride a star, which is cheating, or you just keep rolling, you know? You can just keep stubbornly rolling until you win. Or I guess the last option would be just to let time run out. I guess that's why the game told you to like you can increase the time speed. You could just let the time run out. I imagine that's an ending as well. .00001% though. 1 in a million. Usually the worst you can get like gacha rates like 1% or something, you know? Oh, time's running out really fast though. Can I talk to you some more? Hello? I guess they're asleep. Aw, man. That's it for the shopkeep. I wish there's no shopkeeper ending. Obviously like a one pole. Yeah, no? Oh, is time still going down? I put it back to normal, so like I don't know if time's still going down. Or not, I don't know. Okay, just double checking the shopkeep one more time. So I guess that really is it for the shopkeep. Nothing else to do there. I'm stubborn though, you know, I'm gonna keep rolling. Can I just keep rolling? But what if I got 0.00001% though? Is there no pity system, you know? In a lot of gacha games, there's a pity system. A lot of modern gacha games, anyway. I remember Fate Grand Order does not have a pity system. Well, it does, sort of, but like, you basically have to like pull like 5 duplicates of like an SSR, which already is pretty low of a percentage chance, I think. Like, again, less than, I think 1%. Was it 1%? I can't remember what the pull chance is exactly. I think it was like 1%. So that in itself is already really rare. You have to be like, you know, like a whale to really activate the pity system. And essentially you just kind of like combine all the duplicates. I think it's what it was. I can't remember. Well, you have to have like the 6th duplicate, right? You have to have like 5 duplicates of an SSR, which is already really rare. And then if you get a 6th duplicate or something like that, then you can convert it into a currency, which allows you to convert it to any other SSR you want. But I think you have to get like, I can't remember, was it a 6th duplicate? I think it was either a 6th duplicate or like you have to get like a 6, 7 for 8 or something like that. I can't remember exactly what you do, but essentially in Fate Grand Order, practically speaking, there really was no pity system. There was technically, but only if you spent like a crazy amount of money to like roll that much, you know. But in other games, you know, there is a pity system. You roll like 100 times, which isn't, at least the games I played anyway, like Genshin Impact or whatever, like you can't accumulate enough like free-to-play currency to just have enough to just activate the pity, really. So at the end of the day, you know, when you like roll out a banner with like a limited character, if you end up getting the character before you activate pity, all you're really doing is saving some currency, really, for next time, at the end of the day. But the real strategy was to simply have enough, you know, for a banner. If you have like a particular banner you're looking for that's coming up, then you just save the currency and then you just have enough to pity it, you know? I don't know. I always see like to me, I always see the how do you say? I always. What's the word? Like I always prepare for the worst, I guess, or something. Like I always assume the worst. But like I always assume that I need the pity, you know. So that I'm never really bothered about the whole gambling system because I never see it as gambling, you know. I always see it as like a cost. Like this is just how much you need for the pity, and that's exactly what you need to accumulate. That's all. There's no gamble. But it'd be nice, you know. It'd be nice if you accidentally like got the character early though, so you don't have to activate the pity. That's how I always saw it anyway. Again, I never had a problem with gacha games. Again, I don't know. But people do though, I guess, when it comes to the whole gambling part. Not just gacha games, but like any kind of like game, like MMO or like multiplayer game or PvP game. There's always this big aspect of like loot boxes and crates and all that. And I don't know. And it's become a problem, I guess, but like really for people who can't control themselves. I don't know. I think maybe, well, to be fair, like maybe younger people too may not have that self-control. Now again, me personally, I'm just so used to being a free-to-play player because I didn't have money, you know? I didn't have money to spend. Like I didn't have a credit card when I was a kid. And when I'm older, now I'm just cheap, so like I don't want to spend money in the first place. So I just never spend money really in like free-to-play games or free-to-play MMOs or gacha games. If there is an alternative where I can just simply earn whatever character or like premium thing just by playing the game, I would have just done that, you know? That's the idea. Ironically, it's funny because like I play a game for so long, and this is like a little bit before, but like sometimes I play a game for so long as a free-to-play player, I finally decide to be like, you know what, I'll spend like $2 or something, you know, just to get something, just for me, you know, just like a treat or something. But then soon after, I kind of lose interest in the game. I don't know why. It's just it's like a weird coincidence where like as soon as I decide to be like, you know what, I'll spend some money, I just end up not playing the game anymore, you know? I remember, I think it was like TF2 or something. There's like a whole like man versus machine thing where you can like buy a ticket, I think I spent like a few dollars, you know, so that you can play the little like special game mode at the time that was new, like a PvE game mode. And then if you beat the game mode and everything with other players, you get like a special like weapon that like it looks cool, whatever. You get, well, cool and, you know, subjectively it's actually not worth anything anymore at the time, but you know, it would be like a robot head attached to like a weapon or something. It's like a little accessory, you know, essentially like a keychain for your little weapon, which at the end of the day is just a virtual item, but you know, that's what I did. I spent a few dollars, I played the game mode for a little bit, and I don't know, then I lost interest. I was like, you know what, as it turns out, spending money in a game just makes me enjoy it less for some reason, you know? It's like part of the drive for why I play games for so long, especially like multiplayer games that have that kind of system, the gambling system, whatever, is for me to actually play as a free-to-play player, you know, because of the restrictions. Like RuneScape, for example, and stuff like that. Like there was this whole thing where you have to pay to like gain access to premium features, and I mean, especially RuneScape, you would literally have access to majority of the entire world, really. You know, because a lot of it, the entire RuneScape like game really was like a free trial. If you want like full access to the members' servers or whatever, you have to actually pay for the game as if it's like a regular MMO, you know, like World of Warcraft. I don't know. The moment I like decide to like pay for something, I just don't I don't enjoy it as much, and I just don't play it anymore. It's only when there's that restriction, you know, when I'm chasing something, you know, when I'm like grinding for something that normally, the thing is, usually in them pay-to-play games, and especially, I don't know, in modern day, it's like, it's less exploitative, I feel like, because back in the day, like for example, like MapleStory, a lot of premium stuff would be pay-gated, right? You just wouldn't have access to it if you're a free-to-play player. It just not be a thing. You have to spend money if you want, like, for example, like a particular hairstyle, you know, like a cosmetic for your character. But nowadays, I feel like that's changed, where like a lot of things that were normally seen as premium like features back in the day, you can pay for the convenience of getting it right away, or you can just grind for it, basically. You just play the game and just accumulate, you know, currency, and then you can pay for it with in-game currency usually. And that's kind of like what I did for most of the games that I had a lot of hours in anyway. Like gacha games, I would just play the game for free and accumulate a bunch of currency. Again, but the moment like I decide to spend some money, I'm like, it's not fun anymore, you know? It's like I can pay to just get the thing that I want. What's the point, you know? I don't know. I feel like I feel like I am a little bit manipulated into like, you know, playing the system a little bit. But like in a different way, right? Because some people get exploited for like spending too much money. I get exploited for like spending too much time, really. Because like the thrill of chasing something, the grinding for something, you know, to work towards something to get some virtual item is what kept me playing the game, really, you know. Or like a character, like a gacha game, like to like grind enough currency to like get a certain character, to level them up, you know, to like, I don't know, like ascend them or whatever it was, to like level them, evolve them, you know, that kind of thing. Get items, like increase stats. That's what got me. But once you're able to just open your wallet and just get all that stuff right away, like I just don't want to play it anymore, because I'm like already okay, I can already get it. Like, oh no, that's not the fun part, you know. The fun part was the grinding. I don't know. Then again, nowadays I don't do that, because obviously it just takes too much time now. I don't have time for that anymore, but you know, before I did, and that's what kept me playing. Anyway, I'm just kind of like rambling as I continue to roll. I feel like well, I don't know. I feel like I could just get an ending just by pressing this button, but like, I don't know. I want to keep casting. Come on. I want to keep casting. What if I just get lucky though? What if I just get super lucky? Oh, come on. I don't know. I might decide to just so I can see one of the endings. Just ride the star. Maybe I'll cheat after all. You cheated not only the game, but yourself. Also, I sneezed. Good thing I muted in time. What are the different endings of this game, by the way? Is one of the endings actually getting like the role? Like, I don't know if this is like nothing actually. Maybe there's never really a chance, and I can never actually get the role. I'm not sure. Gesundheit? Oh, thanks. Okay, fine. I'll ride the star. Let's see what happens. Ride the star, like Kirby. If I'm really gonna do this, now's my chance. 3, 2, 1. Jump! Whoop! Huh? Lamana was cast! Nani? It's like well, it reminds me actually, isn't that like a thing in Fate Grand Order actually? Like in Fate Grand Order, there's like a fake out, you know? Like you roll like a card. I think they're like cards technically, and then it shows like a rare card, and then it breaks, you know, and it turns all shiny, and it turns into a gold or something, you know? There's always like a fake out animation, like as if you got like, oh, you got a normal one, but actually you got like a super rare one actually. I don't know, so that's a thing. Huh? You can't just do that. Actually, it looks like I can. See you soon, Starsmith! Whee! And then you only last for like the rest of the day, and then the server gets shut down, and then you're deleted forever, you know? I guess you really can just do that. Lamona grants her own wish and rides a star to find her very own Starsmith. She finally gets to share her backstory, and just because she can, she adds some details to it too. Make your own luck and achieved. Wow, amazing. Anyway, That's one ending. Okay, so there's you don't have to do what you expect to do, can't lose if you never try, or you never know you might get lucky. You know, I don't know. You don't have to do what you're expected to. I don't know what that means. Can't lose if you never try. I imagine we just replay the game again. Oh, okay, I can just skip. Okay, is there an option? Okay, here you go. What if I just don't do anything? I'm like, hee hee, cat face, and I just don't do nothing. It's gonna take a while though. I'm gonna go to the Alpha Shopkeep. Does that spend more time? No? I don't know. I think one of the endings is like, okay, if I had to guess, it'd be like, you run out of timer. It's gonna take a while. You know, even the fast speed is gonna take a while. Well, might as well roll then in that case. Cast in. Oh, I can just do that. I didn't realize. Oh yeah, I can do that. Fast. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna like. What if I actually get Lamona? You know. What if I actually like cast Lamona? Actually get her, or something. Oh, you can change the rate at which time has an option. So I already know that. Anyway, I imagine one of the endings is like letting the timer run out. I think maybe I don't know. Like I think one of the endings is you activate the ride a star, but then you don't use it. I guess maybe. I wonder if that's an option. One more time. No, nothing. Okay. One more time. Nothing. It's gonna take a while. 7 seconds? I can't wait 7 seconds. Or isn't seconds? What's minutes? The Mona was not cast. I don't know, I don't know if it matters, but like, I feel like every time you cast, the timer does go down faster. Like it decreases by a certain amount. So like, I feel like I should just do this a whole bunch. Oh! What happened? Oh no. Okay, same thing. Nothing happened. Anyway, okay, let's see. Oh, hold on. Normal. Actually, maybe I shouldn't keep it normal. I should just leave it. Okay, fine. Fast. End of service. Horus Light Moon has ended. Thank you, Sparsons, for taking this journey together with the Novas. Did you really think you'd win in 1 in a million odds? Unfortunately, Lamona's efforts didn't pan out, and her backstory will forever remain a mystery. None in a million and achieved. Okay, you just lose. That's not very interesting, you just lose. Okay, so that's, well, okay, that's that ending. So that ending is like, you try, but you fail. So it's like, who knows, you might get lucky, but like, you don't. Maybe it is the case that you can't ever actually pull her. You know? What if the pull rate is a lie? Okay, whatever. So the next thing I feel like we could do is simply let the timer run out, but never pull. I think that's an option. It says like, you know, you can't lose if you never try, so let's just not try, you know? I don't know. That'll take a while, but I feel like. I don't know. What's the button again? Actually, can I just put like, hold on. I'll just, nope. What's the button? Where's F11? I can't find it. Here we go. No, just over here. Okay, so let me see. Updated from the Jap version to add a Japanese translation ending unlock hints. Oh, okay, that's just for if you hover over it. If you hover over the little stars, there are 4 main endings and 1 bonus one that you would have to be very lucky to get. Wait a minute. That implies that it is possible you can pull Lamona Witching Training SSR. Well, I don't know. That makes me want to like keep doing it, you know? What if I dedicate like a whole stream where I try to pull her? Like quite literally, I'm just playing a fake gacha, you know? Until it happens. Wouldn't that be funny? Apparently it's possible though. Well, it's possible. Was it? It's possible. What's this? Like it's her catchphrase. Pomni, like original concept art Pomni with a unicorn. Well, it's possible. You know? Anyway. What is this? 4 minutes? Well, it's not really 4 minutes. Like, it goes a little quicker than 4 minutes, but you know. It's not seconds either, I feel like. Is it? It doesn't feel... seconds will go faster, I feel like. I don't know, anyway. Kind of like every minute is like 60, like 6 seconds in a way, so like... Oh, anyway. Has ended. End of service. The only way to win is not to play. If that was the goal, well, Lamona won. She never lost that 1 in a million chance because she never tried in the first place. Forge-Light Moon ends with Lamona's side quest never finished. Accept your fate. Okay. Kind of a downer ending as well, but I guess that's technically an ending. You just never try. Alright, so I guess the last ending would be if you... I imagine you get the option to ride the star, but then you don't, essentially. So you gotta talk to the shopkeeper like a million times. Eat. 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 Okay, is that it? I think that's it. What if I just keep annoying them? No? I guess not. Alright. So now we just let time go by. We never use Ride a Star. I want to make sure not to skip unseen text. What if I actually got lucky though? You know, I don't want to actually skip it. If Lamona was actually cast. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Basically, I assume so anyway. I don't know if that's the answer, but like I think it's like you have the option to ride a star, but like you just don't do it. Like you don't have to do what you're told, essentially. Is the idea. Let's keep doing this. I assume this is faster than like waiting for the timer. I think when you cast, it actually does spend some time, or I don't know. Or maybe the timer just simply counts down in the background when you do it. I don't know. Might as well try, in case I do get lucky. Nope. Okay. Nope. Pull. I need the pull. I spend all my moon dust, my 10 million moon dust. I've saved from the very beginning of the game just to get Lamona SSR. It's all that matters. 10 pull, 10 pull, 10 pull. 10 pull, 10 pull, 10 pull. 10 pull, 10 pull, 10 pull, 10 pull. 10 pull, 10 pull, 10 pull. 10 pull, 10 pull, 10 pull. Oh no. No. I don't think I got it. Well, timer runs out. End of service. Hello? What? You're still here? I thought you'd go running off with Starsmith. I thought about it and decided maybe that wasn't life for me after all. So what's life for you then? The thing is, I haven't decided yet. Well... Oh, see, it is a hot anime girl. Maybe, I don't know. You have all the time in the world now. Well, I think it's the first time I've ever seen you. Not much stuff for Nova to buy here, though I guess I might change how now that we don't have Starsmiths around here. What are you gonna do? Haven't decided that either. Probably gonna swap out the shop stock at least. Or maybe I can help. Or maybe not. I guess it can't hurt. Yay! My name's Lamona, by the way. I'm Kino. Kino? As in like cinema, you know? Like when something is Kino, it's like very cinematic. No, I'm Kino. Let me give you a tour of the shop. Okay. Great. And then they make out or something, I don't know. Maybe not an intended outcome, but who's complaining? Lamona decides to drop her plans to find a Starsmith to share her backstory, and instead, she joins Kino at the shop to figure out where she wants her story to go next. Make your own fate! Alright, so I imagine that's the nice ending. I feel like that's the true ending, you know? Instead of being pulled by like a whale, she now spends time with the shopkeep. But like, there's not even a shop anymore, you know? So like, what's the shop gonna sell? Are they gonna sell NFTs or no? I guess that's it. That's basically the game. Again, there is a bonus ending though, if you get really lucky. But you would have to like do this a million times. Forever. Until you win. Is this why you have to pay to like download the game? I wonder, because this is Rempy, I think, right? It feels very Rempy. I could be wrong. This feels very Rempy to me. So like, if you can download the game, you can probably like manipulate the game files and change the percentage chance of actually getting an ending, you know? So like, maybe it's to prevent that, at least to make it too easy anyway. I mean, it's only $2 well, USD, so probably like $4 or something in Canadian. But you know, the average person probably doesn't want to drop down any cash, so you can't just manipulate the game file so you can just get to see the ending. So I imagine the bonus ending is nothing special. It's probably just the same thing as the other ending of riding the star, except instead of pressing ride a star, she just gets casted and is like, yeah, you did it! Congratulations! And that's it, you know? Probably the same dialogue even. Probably like, oh, she got to share her backstory to the Starsmith, the end. That's it. Even though I imagine it's like, this is incredibly hard, right? It's literally all luck, and it's like, what is it? Like 1 in a million of a chance? This is like more hardcore than like your typical gacha. Even the most exploitative of gacha games would not have this pull rate. This is insane, you know? This is like, would not be even ethical. Even, I feel like. Would someone really spend all this time just to get that bonus ending of a 1 in a million chance? You know? And like, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. I mean, you could. When you have the game on normal speed though, you do have plenty of time. You quite literally have, I guess, 24 hours. I don't know if it's like literally 24 hours, but you have a whole day. You know, you can spend all day doing this until you get it. Like, hopefully it doesn't. Well, hold on. Can I like? Oh, weird. Interesting. I was thinking like, can I use a scroll wheel somehow to like, I don't know, make it go faster? Or like, if I accidentally skip the part where she actually does get casted, kind of like somehow go back? I don't know how that works. But what if you actually get like like you get it, but like you and then you skip like a extra text. You're like, whoops, you skip a line, and you use the scroll wheel to try to go back, but then it resets or something, and like you lose the actual ending or something. I don't know. Wouldn't that be frustrating? Because I'm using the skip function to make this go faster, but like at the same time, I'm scared that like it might actually skip new dialogue that I didn't get to see before. Okay, I gotta stop soon. Like, I think but what if? But what if I got lucky? But what if I spend all my luck, which by the way is a gambler's fallacy, you can't really spend luck, but you know, but what if I hypothetically spent all my luck on getting the 1 in a million chance on this random indie game made by NPCKC instead of like winning the lottery? You know, it's like, this is like basically, it would be like quite literally the same chances of winning the lottery, but instead of doing that, I just get like a random like bonus ending in like an indie game that is a satire of like gacha games, you know? But what if? 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 Okay. But what if? Okay, one more time. No, what? That's it. This is the last time. One cast. That's it. No skipping and nothing. Okay. Damn it. I think that's it. I don't know. I think that's it. I'm not gonna spend all day doing this. It'd be funny if I got it though. What if? Okay, no. I don't know. Alright, well, okay, that's it. That's it for the servers are shutting down in 24 hours. My power has been set to 0.0001%. Has anyone got it, by the way? Also, comments closed due to site-wide spam. Interesting. Has anyone actually got it? I don't know. Well, it's possible. Fun concept. Endings. 1 in a million. Lucky ending text. Oh, you can't spoil that. They're gonna spoil the lucky ending text. I don't want to see that. Anyway, interesting little concept. I think it's a silly game because again, it's just a parody of like gacha games and everything. But like, I don't know. I get it because I have played gacha games in the past. So it is. I think it is a funny joke. But yeah, I guess that's it. There you go. I think that'll be it for today. I played this for a little bit, and I finished up Decollate Decoration as well. So I think that'll be it for today. Let me just press the little button. Boop. There you go. Let me just say my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday, and well, it's February, and I don't know. I mean, there's nothing special about February, I feel like. I don't know. Wasn't it like Valentine's Day? But it's not like a statutory holiday, so like, who cares? You know? I only care if I get an actual like holiday, you know? It's not like a real holiday, you know? So it doesn't count. I don't know, but there's like a Family Day, was it? Is that like a Canadian thing? Actually, I don't know. Sometimes there's like holidays. I don't know if it's a Canadian thing or is it like a universal thing, or is it like sometimes, you know, like how Thanksgiving is like on different days. In America, Thanksgiving is it's like a different day than it is on in Canada, you know. Anyway, but yeah. Anyway, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but like, you know, next week, I guess I'll play more video games. Is what I'll do. I'm trying to think, what do I want to play? Well, I mean, there was that game. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll probably try that. Yeah, well. Maybe. I guess we'll see. I'm just thinking, like, there's a game I found, like, super recently, like, just last night. It's, like, Papers, Please, but, like, Christmas. So, you know, the Christmas season already passed, but, like, I don't know, it looks interesting. Maybe I'll play that next time. I guess we'll see. Anyway. But yeah, that'll be it for today. And yeah. Thanks for watching. Until next time. See you then.